Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, March 2nd, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure that you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Before we get started on today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also catch it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Every answer is the right answer. We are moving through eclipse season. It's a very interesting eclipse season. We've got a full moon happening tomorrow. And the thing about it, and we're gonna continue to work through this type of energy, okay? Eclipses are amplifiers. They don't necessarily bring something new into experiences, but they amplify what is already there. Now, this particular eclipse, as I've been mentioning, I feel like it's hitting a little bit differently. And if you've been noticing it too, I want to give you my best summary as to why that may be the case. First, you have to remember the fact that this eclipse is unique in the fact that there's pretty much no one that could see the totality of the eclipse that we just went through. That solar eclipse that we went through was actually, the totality was occurring in Antarctica. Not to say that there isn't someone who could have seen it, but it's far away. And I've been describing it as an occluded eclipse for that reason, right? What do the eclipses effectively do? They help us to effectively identify and recognize things that are sometimes minute, then become energetically overwhelming, right? It's the micro that becomes the macro. It's something small that feels like it gets larger. This can be very helpful in the realms of our feelings, right? And I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're utilizing or experiencing these modalities and eclipses, especially as it relates to feelings, right? The feelings that are hidden, or the feelings that often we feel like we bury beneath everything else we're doing, coming out of Aquarius season, right? Allowing the space by which our own expansiveness of emotions allow us to be able to face things in ways that we haven't done it before. I like to describe this energy right now as working to heal preconceptions or the misconceptions that we often have with Aries energy. And the other reason I'm saying that is because we noticed currently, right, before this eclipse happened, during and after, we have a lot of planets that are about to move into Aries, okay? Now, what are some of the exceptions that we often see when it relates to Aries energy? Temperamentality, hot-headedness, right? A lot of that, like I like to describe the Aries energy as like the room energy. It's a lot of that feeling that we often have in relationality to things that effectively perturb us or bother us, that sometimes can encourage us to do things. Now, what is beautiful is that I often ascribe Aries energy also with the beauty and the childlike qualities that we see, right, in youth, right? That vitality, that sense of adventure, right? The desire to effectively do something, right? And learn how to do it better. So all of that energy that we effectively see is worked through right now. And that's why I believe you'll probably see a little bit of polarization in relationality to how this particular eclipse is hitting, depending on whether you're doing the work of the self, right? if you're building into the context of feeling energetically fortified, right? Doing that investigation or that understanding within the self that is allows us to be able to find, right, the trauma that often works into the alignment with our frustration, right? Frustration often feeds into the trauma that we've experienced, right? It's not just the fact that something is frustrating, but the way that it often feels like it reopens trauma is what we identified as something that is energetically triggering. It can also be very healing at times, right? Because in the context by which you potentially feel frustrated by something that triggers the self, but then one is able to feel energetically fortified and stabilized in relationality to be able to articulate upon something in a more stable fashion, that can create a lot of those feelings of grounding and sure footing. However, right, that's what I mean about this type of energy right now. We can't control how others choose to do the work on healing the self, right? And what we often avoid within the self, we detest when we see it in others, right? It's the force of our projection. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're going through those experiences right now wherein you're potentially feeling like you're having a lot of emotionality coming up, right? Having restorative conversations that build into that sense of healthy grounding, potentially at the same exact time that you're feeling very triggered and very aware, right? Experiencing the projections of another who isn't as invested in doing the work, right? But that's what happens. Like when you're not invested in doing the work of the self, everything becomes mirror. Now, all of this is to say, and this is why I actually personally, I absolutely adore a Virgo full moon in Pisces season. And why do I adore a Virgo full moon in Pisces season? Because a Virgo full moon in Pisces season helps us to build into a sense of personal precision, right? And what do we mean by precision? When we are effectively working through or identifying things, like working through the context of getting better at things, then our ability to be precise can often be the arrival point into energetic understanding, right? It's a space that we're effectively able not only to say something, but also being able to articulate very specifically in relationality to what it is that we energetically need or are seeking, right? So we've got a lot of that work that happens. Now, what often happens at the same time that we're going through eclipse processes, I wouldn't be surprised if you tell me that feels like there's a lot going on, potentially a lot happening, right? But this is effectively, and I just wrote a whole article about this over on the Stack, but the ability by which we feel energetically overwhelmed, right? Things that would have potentially knocked us over in the past, right? Things that would have like effectively had us feeling energetically overwhelmed, but then even recognizing those feelings and being able to energetically be precise about them, right? Cutting through, right? Cutting through the doubts of the self, avoiding the energetic muddiness of something, and just being able to effectively streamline, right? This creates the space by which we ourselves can kind of work through that same eclipse process, right? It's the attenuation in terms of being able to do things. It's the ability by which, and this is what is the gift that we bring to relationships and circumstances, right? When we do a lot of that work of the self, right? When we do the work within first, then that becomes a blessing to everybody around us, right? It's the energetic elegance that we effectively find within, right? And that's the hard part. Like the elegance that we find within often feels like it's messiness, right? It often feels like those experiences by which we can't even see or understand our own elegance, right? But this is often the quality by which it's so beautiful because it's the work that we put into things that allows for that observation of being able to build into something even further. And so I wouldn't be surprised right now if a lot of these relationships that are coming together are working through conversations that are elegant in nature, right? It's a proliferation of something that allows one to be energetically precise. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. And we're going to start first with talking about the energy that is in solitude. This is specifically in relationality to those world partnerships. And the reason that we've been identifying them as the world partnerships is they've been working and focusing on a lot of the lessons that we see that are identified in the world card of the tarot. Now, these relationships have effectively been coming together since between the time of the present, so right now, up until what we experienced around that Capricorn new moon energy that we had around January 18th. And that was an interesting new moon, because it may have felt like a very clearing moon, and that's why we saw that there was potentially a shift in the relationality and the relationship cycles that happened at the same time as that particular lunation cycle. And a lot of that work that we effectively see carrying forward a lot of the lessons of that moon, right? A Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season is all about the ability of understanding not just the dream that one brings to life, but the work it takes to make dreams a reality, right? It's the observation. It's the observation of the power, the effort it takes, right? It's not enough to just articulate something. You've got to have the effective, like, you got to have the horsepower to get it there. You have to have the identification of being able to do the work. And so we see that this is potentially what a lot of those energies in solitude are doing right now. And I've got two different modalities that are potentially working through the energy of this eclipse process. They're either closing out cycles that were with the observation of those devastating lessons, right? The difference between something that feels aspirational, right? Something that feels, and I like to describe, like, this is why we describe the word aspiration, is because it's something that we give breath to. And while giving breath is important, right? The hands, the work that we put into it is the rest of it. So this is a lot of the energy that's effectively identifying and recognizing healing from energetic cycles by which it may have felt like there was a lot of aspiration, but not a lot of implementation, not a lot of that energetic effort to effectively move things in the way that they need to move. And that's difficult, but it may be feeling very energetically healing. We also see that this is potentially a lot of work that is identified in relationality to slow progress having big impacts, right? The energy that's effectively healing in solitude that understands a little bit every day goes a long way, right? The process of the self does not require grand effect, right? It doesn't require like a full shedding, but the space by which we move something in the determination point in relationality to how we hope to change it. We also see that there are potentially new relationship cycles that are opening at this time, and the observation of what feels healthy versus unhealthy may have to do with working through, I keep on hearing uncomfortable first, right? Getting the uncomfortable out of the way. And in the process of doing so, finding deeper levels of comfortability, right? The slow work of navigating the hard part that allows one to feel energetically stabilized in relationality to the direction that one's moving in. That's a continuation of that Taurus, right? That Uranus coming out of retrograde in Taurus season, right? The ability to find a comfort zone that's directly proportional to how uncomfortable we can allow ourselves to become in the right direction. Now, in relationality to the energy that's moving into transition right now, or transitioning deeper into union, these were effectively those moon relationships. And the moon partnerships were coming together between the time of that Capricorn new moon cycle that we talked about that was hitting on the 18th up until last year, September 6th, when Uranus first went into retrograde. Now, these relationships are potentially going through a profound expansion moment. They're definitely probably having the best impact in relationality to this eclipse cycle, and I'm going to explain to you why. It's interesting, too, because it took a little while to be able to read into what was effectively happening in those energetic cycles, but the long story short of it is, these are relationships by which the individuals within them have carried wounds in relationality to others who would often articulate that their purpose, right? Their purpose, what they know they need to do, the same thing that potentially drew counterpart towards them in the first place was effectively articulated or amplified as a barrier of connection, right? Having to feel the weight of working through experiences. And this is why these energies are so conscientious about building into healthy relationship, because they felt in the past that in some way, shape, or form, they've inevitably felt that they had to choose between their purpose and partnership. And this is why these relationships are going through a celebration time right now, because they're mutual. They're not necessarily mutual purpose. I need to stress this. It's not the fact that they have the same purpose, but they hold each other's purposes sacredly. And the ability to have the relationship by which the purpose itself isn't being treated like perpetual third party, right? Not feeling the energetic weight of having to hold the purpose away from the partnership, but feeling like the purpose is safe within it. There's a lot of the energy that's going through a lot of those deep, profound expansion moments right now. And it's not to say that everything is perfect. In fact, there may be a lot of feelings coming up right now as it relates to the past, because it's the recognition as they find that of seeing the fact that the past relationships were lacking integrity. And why do we say integrity? Because integrity means when your yeses stay yes and your no's stay no, right? It's not the perpetually changing integrity point. So that's why there may be a lot of feelings coming up, because they're finally able to look back upon what wasn't working in past partnership and recognize it as a lack of integrity. But even as it comes up, it dissipates just as easily. It's like the frustration that arises and then immediately like goes away, because they're understanding that through the context of the healthy relationship. So it's like working through, and then it's like everything is copacetic. It's like the feeling comes up, oh, it's copacetic, right? It's just like and then there's a lot of that may be happening right now. Now, this brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union. Now, these were effectively the relationships that we're identifying and working through, the temperance relationships, or the work that we see that comes up with the temperance card of the tarot. This cycle was effectively between September 6th, which is when we had that Uranus going retrograde, up until the solstice period that we experienced over the summer. This was a lot of the work. And I want to say, like, sometimes when I'm reading into the relationships, they're very similar. They're quite different right now. And that has a little bit to do, again, with some of this eclipse bringing out the nuances and things. But for a lot of these relationships, I feel like this is a time of potential catharsis and quiet growth. Dynamic approaches and perspectives that are being taken in relationality to self-limiting beliefs and karmic blockages. Remember how I said, right, a lot of the work that we first started when we began to talk about this, right, a lot of those feelings of the experience of the present that feels triggering to something from the past, but in the context of being able to go through a past trigger, in the context of what feels like it's healthy, that allows one to be able to reopen an old wound in an effective way, right? Something that feels like an effective reopening, right? Being able to effectively restore or absolve or resolve. There's a lot of energetic strength that we see that may be happening right now for these relationships. But it can also feel, I want to describe it, working through frustration in new ways. So it's not easy, right? It's not the fact that there's anything energetically ideal that is occurring right now. But it's working through the frustration and being able to place the frustration into a place where it feels like it's supportive rather than over internalizing upon it. That is a lot of the gift that we see that's happening right now. Again, though, it may feel a little bit, I feel like out of all of the relationship dynamics right now, that might be the one that needs the most compassion, because I just see like a lot of those old traumas surfacing, but in ways that feel like they're fortifying. But again, like I need to describe this too, and we're going to continue to see this as we have planets moving into Aries out of Pisces, like old wounds, but feeling fortified as it relates to the energetic direction, right? A lot of that better out approach. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But let me know in the comments how this eclipse energy is impacting you personally. I wrote a whole article on how to navigate it right now. If you're feeling like you're going through a rough time, you can head over to my spot if you want to get insight on it. But I'd like to know deeply how you guys are feeling it too. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. I will be keeping the list very short today. So if you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Welcome to everybody joining us on the other apps today. Hello there, place where we keep the photos. Welcome. Apologies to those on the place where we keep the photos. I've been having some issues being able to post there, so thank you again for your continued patience. If you're having any issues with that, you can always find me on the other sites as well. I'm hoping that those get resolved. Thank you over on the place where we keep the photos. I appreciate you today. How are you doing, Siobhan? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And welcome. Thank you as well, Adisa, for joining us. Aggie, how are you doing today? Adina, so good to see you. Adina, if you comment, I'll be happy to pin you. Had a beautiful podcast with Adina about, I don't know, what was it, like a year and a half ago, Adina? You can still find the link to it over on my site or over on Adina's site. Hi there, Gina. How are you doing today? And Zama, thank you for joining us. Welcome, Mel. And how are you doing today, Moon? Welcome, Bridget. Good to see you. How are you doing? How are you feeling, dear? I hope you're doing better. I know. I missed you too, Ivana. I'm back. I promise you, my schedule is going to be normalizing after this week. We got one more week. And then things will be going back to the even keel that we usually have here. Ivana, good to see you, dear. And thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. Metacognition, that's a lot of different words in a sentence. Please make sure that you're not posting non sequiturs in the comments. We want to make sure that everybody can understand and communicate effectively. I appreciate it. Thank you. D, thank you for the follow. And same thing, Angie. Guy, make sure that you're communicating in a clear fashion. Okay. How you doing today, Dis? Welcome. Grand Rising Minnie. Good to see you today, Kath. You're welcome. I know. Oh, good. There you are, Adina. There she is. Guys, make sure to give Adina some love. As I said, you can find that if you want to find that podcast, you can find it over on my site and over on Adina's as well. Thank you, Sin. I'm glad to hear you are feeling better. And no, I know what you mean. Yeah, no, I think I know exactly what you're talking about right now. And I'm sending. I hope you get to a full recovery soon. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today for a full reading, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Before we do get started on today's reading, though, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got it's so funny, and I just want to say this. We've been drawing these cards, and everybody's been commenting that the cat hasn't been showing up. The cat was under the table. I found the card right before I went on my trip. I'm like, what have you been doing? Everybody's been looking for you. It's like, but which it seems like, again, I appreciate the fact that if any of the cards were going to go on a little trip, of course it was the cat. It was the cat card. Exactly like the. Well, no, I need to point this out. Okay, this is what's funny. The hind was hiding behind some books, right? The cat was just straight up on the floor. It was just somewhere else. It was under the table. Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy we found the cat as well. So we should have all the cards here now. I'm going to draw a card. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Bridget. We got the hair. We'll do that again after the next read. And if you guys could do me a favor, make sure that you're sharing this live. I'd appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. And just a reminder to those who are looking to join us, if you want to get on the list. Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. Probably sound a lot better now, don't I? There we go. That probably sounds a lot better. As I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. You will be the first person read for. The first person on the list each day always will receive an additional card in their reading. And currently, if we are doing 2 giveaways, our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We're already at 5.3 for those who are joining us on the clock app. So thank you so much for those taps. Make sure that you continue to tap the screen. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Currently, that is Moon. Moon, you are the highest gifter at the moment. Thank you guys so much. And thank you to everybody who has given gifts so far. That said, if you guys, as I mentioned, hold on, just going to read over some of the comments. I know, you see that? You see you're recovering. Look at you. You're recovering, you're restoring, but even in the space by which you're recovering and restoring, your intuition, your intuition is on point. So there is that to appreciate. There's a positive there. Absolutely. And I do hope you feel better soon, dear. That said, and thank you, Carolyn, for the follow. No better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update for today, Monday, March 2nd, 2026. We are going to get started. We are going to begin today we are going to be beginning our day today with masculine energy. We are going to be utilizing for the headspace of masculine. We're going to be using the Tarot del Fuego right now for the headspace of masculine. Can I please get 3 cards, please? 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got 1 that's cantilevered, 2 that are up straight. We've got the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. Cantilevered in the center, we have the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Wands in its reversal. So we've got a lot of ace energy currently in the headspace of masculine. It's interesting though, because it feels, I want to stress this. This is the way I often read. Aces are always beneficial, regardless of whether they're in reverse or in their upright position. And the one thing I keep on seeing in relationality to the work that we identify that's going on with the headspace of masculine right now, and I'm gonna keep on saying this. This to me is the eclipse that helps us to heal our relationship to Aries energy. Why is that? Because, and I want to describe that often, and often those who have Aries placements recognize this in terms of the way that others perceive the self versus how we perceive our own selves. There is performative strength, and then there is actual strength, right? There is performative strength, and there is actual strength. And when you know that, when you understand the difference between performative strength and what actual strength is, you're not impressed, right? you're not impressed with performative strength. And it's interesting too, right? Because the only way, right, the only way you can tell the difference, this is why it's important. You want to know why it's important to get strong. Doesn't getting strong, being strong has nothing to do. Like the gift of being strong, yeah, sure, you're strong. But the gift of being strong, or the gift of becoming strong, is the ability to actually perceive what strength is, right? Being actually able to see what strength can do. And that's the funny thing about that's the miss, like often those that are weak like to go through the performative strength, right? And this is often, this is why I'll point you this, I'll tell you right now, this is why you go find me an Aries. Aries very rarely bullies. Very, very rarely bullies. I always describe Aries energy as the bully's bully, right? Because Aries come here, they arrive here with an ability to understand that when you are truly strong, you become a steward for strength, right? You don't feel the need to show it off. You become a steward for the strength it is, and you'll often see this with someone strong, right? They're constantly calibrating themselves. They're constantly being careful with their strength, and that's what I like. That's why I feel to a certain extent that this season, right? Like what's actually happening in a way is really beautiful because we've got a lot of planets as we're going through an occluded eclipse, moving into Aries, right? And it's a continuation, and I like to point this out as well. Um, the fact that this particular eclipse cycle is one that was not able to be perceived directly, right? It's the observation of being able to move into the retrospective point, right? It's a retrospective eclipse, okay? It's a retrospective eclipse season. It's working into the context of contemplation, but even in the of working through the context of contemplation, right? With the retrospectiveness of it, what do we see that we're energetically retrospecting on? The quality and condition of strength, as we have all of these planets that are moving into Aries, right? And it's often the space that you see, right? When you become strong, it's very easy to see the difference between performative strength, right? Right, someone tries to be like, look how strong I am, right? Versus energy that is a steward of their strength, right? That knows how strong they are and works to protect others from it. And that's what's beautiful about it, right? And this is the true heart of what we see in Aries cycles, right? The observation of being a steward of our strength, right? Understanding understanding the significance of it, understanding the value of it, carrying our strength with a sense of honor. And so I feel like and that's why we're identifying here, right? That's why we're seeing in the headspace of masculine, again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. That's why we see that Knight of Pentacles, right? With the Ace of Cups cantilevered and the Ace of Wands in its reversal, because it's a further I feel like it's a lot of it's either the masculine energy that is contemplating upon the nature of strength, right? The difference between the strength that is weak, that is performative, versus being a steward of one's strength, right? Recognizing the strength that one has within and holding it with a sense of honor, working in service towards it. So I see that that's a lot of the energy that's working through the contemplation of that, or potentially articulating that around like in the space of those around the self, right? How are you being a good steward to your strength? And I think that in a lot of the ways, I wouldn't be surprised if there's observations are being articulated as it relates to experiences, right? Because we see that here with a lot of this Ace of Cups energy working through, and this is why it's so important that we articulate upon the fact of being able to speak upon the things that we care about, right? Because the only way that we become stewards to our strength is if we hold vulnerability preciously, and our ability to identify vulnerability as the priority, right? We heal our relationship to vulnerability within ourselves, because as we do so, we become stronger to those around the self. Now, this brings us to the feminine energy, and for the feminine energy right now, we're going to be utilizing. You know what? I'm feeling inclined to use the tarot, the Nouveau Tarot today. 3 cards, please. Okay, you want to come out? Yeah, it's. I know why. It's all that. It's that Virgo. It's that Virgo full moon energy we're moving into. 3 cards, please. All straight up. Yep. We've got here the 10. Oh man, they got the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. We've got the Moon card in its upright, and we also have the 6 of Cups in its upright. So what are we effectively identifying that's happening right now for feminine energy? I feel like what we're seeing for a lot of the feminine energy is working through the context of what it means to feel energetically supported, right? And I keep on getting that, and I want to describe this too. I'm not surprised to see energy like this, because here's the thing about it, I often attenuate and like to describe Virgo energy as spine energy, right? It's how we show up. It's what we do. It's the space by which we articulate, and how we and when we do so effectively, right? When we work through things, then it allows the ability of basically recognizing and identifying. And I like to describe this as the energetic enhancement that we effectively give one another, in terms of allowing for the space by which something, I keep on hearing, the space by which something flourishes is the space by which something can energetically grow. And I want to describe that for a lot of the energy, working through experiences, I keep on getting working through experiences in the past, right? And this is what's so hard, right? This is what's so hard for feminine energy and relationality to this. The work, why we identify comparison is so toxic, right? When we think about how toxic comparison is, because when feminine is constantly in the space by which they feel that they have to compare themselves to another, they don't allow the ability to be able to contemplate on what one truly desires, on what one truly aspires for, right? And this is why we talk about, like, when we talk about idolatry, it's the ideal outside of the self. It's the recognition and the understanding of how dangerous it is to hold energetic ideals outside of the self that others articulate upon, rather than moving into accordance with the true nature of the self. So I feel like this is a lot of the feminine energy that is working through, right? I feel like it's like almost like a clearing process by which they themselves are working to heal and clear experiences by which they were effectively overly comparing the self to another, right? It's heavy work, right? There may be a lot of emotionality and feelings that are coming up there. And one of the things that we're effectively seeing that's happening in those experiences or in those abilities is potentially working through, like, the observation of working through, right? The observation of working through something, but at the same time, right? The identification of what feels like it was energetically supportive to the feminine, right? The work by which they themselves work to effectively achieve and identify, right? Building into that sense of stability is often the space by which, right? It's often the space by which you don't allow it to affect the self, but you allow it to direct the self, right? And so I feel like this is really beautiful, because it's a lot of the feminine energy that's looking at their emotions from the space of understanding that emotions act as shield. And why do we describe that the emotions act as shield? Because emotions can fix everything, right? That's what's so beautiful about it. Emotions can fix everything so long as emotions are unified, right? And the way that we actively identify where our emotions can fix everything is where those emotions are energetically respected. So when we do the work to be respective of our emotions, to understand what they feel and where they yield to, right? Rather than just giving them to others to energetically resolve, then we allow them to be the space by which we see what is energetically possible. And so I feel like that's a lot of the feminine that's working through a reintroduction to their own emotions, right? Not in the space, like not in the causality. And this is really important here, right? Because it's not the fact, this is the difference between why we don't, having emotions does not require one to have to respect everyone's emotions, right? The emotions that we respect are the emotions that have reasons attached to them, right? They have the sense of understanding. They have the energetic story, right? There's this story behind the emotion that has a story attached to it is often the space by which another person can articulate why one feels the way that it does. So this is a lot of the feminine that says, as long as my emotions carry stories and directions, right? As long as the emotions carry stories and directions, right? The energetic history on where the emotions resolve from, and also the space by which one is able to apply them in the right direction. It allows the context to be able to recognize and observe what can effectively energetically happen, what allows for that space of possibility to emerge. So we see that that's a lot of the energy of the feminine that's potentially, right, like stepping out of their comfort zone in the process of recognizing and identifying those experiences. But it's not easy, right? Especially because we've got the amplification of the eclipse energy right now. Now, this brings us to, right? This brings us to the non-binary energy. And for non-binary energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the headspace of non-binary. Can I get 3 cards, please? We've got here, and they're all on top of each other. We've got here the Knight of Swords in its, the Knight of Swords in its reversal. We've got the 10 of Wands in its upright, in combination with the star energy in its upright. And so the thing I want to identify that we're potentially seeing that's happening right now in the space of non-binary is, and it's going to be, it's combination of a lot of the work that we see that's happening right now for both masculine and feminine, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And I want to point this out because it's very intriguing. What do we see? What do we see is in the area of the masculine energy? We've got the Knight of Wands, or the Knight of Swords in its reversal. And what do we see that in the relationality to the feminine energy? We've got the star, right? And then we've got the 10 of Wands that's effectively centered between those two energies right now. And I want to describe that there's something I see that's happening that has to do with the state of being able to be energetically appreciated rather than coming into the space as mender, is what I keep on getting. Because, and I want to say this, like, I feel like there's often experiences by which energy is expected to effectively, I keep on hearing the space by which another energy often articulates things in the recognition of the fact that another person will energetically understand, right? And this is what I keep on seeing. And I want to and this is what we talk about. And I need to just stress this, and I feel like it's a lot of the volatility that often comes up when we're working through Aries cycles, because it has to do with the conversation that differs between cause and reason, right? cause and reason. And the reason I keep on hearing cause and reason is because, and I'm just going to continue to state this. I don't know how many times we have to go through this. Um, but and the way that I'm even articulating is the frustration that we often feel. We do not effectively, when we're trying to do something, right? The worst reason to do something is reactively, right? Reactively is retroactively. It's the space by which it sets you back, right? And this is the energy that understands that. Like, and that's a hard thing about it. This is what we talk about with trauma, right? What do you often hear with trauma? Like, they started it, you know? And like to the like it's literally like what, like the sound of trauma and someone being like the misalignment in being able to identify and articulate something because another person did it. Never are you farther off of your path, right? Never are you farther off of your path than when another person are when you say to someone, what are you doing here? And being like, and I want you to think about it like that, right? Instead of saying, why did you do that? Saying, what are you doing here? Right? And someone going, they started it, right? You'd look at somebody and be like, what? Like, it doesn't, and that's what you have to understand, right? Not like, it's not a destination. That's not a location. They started it is not a location, my friend. You are very lost, right? And this is often, and I need to describe this. You cannot have, right? You cannot have a divine conversation in the space by which another person says, "What are you doing here? Where are you going?" "Oh, I'm going to they started it." "What?" "Yeah, that's where I'm going to they started it." "Oh, okay. What does that mean?" I just react to things. Yeah, I just make that that's my thing. Okay. That's how it looks energetically. That's how you look. That's how you energetically look to energy beyond the space, right? In relate, like that is it's chaos. It's complete, it's absolute ridiculousness. And so we see that for a lot of the energy, literally having to have conversations, right? Having conversations with energy that's just in a reactivity space, it feels exhaustive. And you'll often, I feel like this energy has learned a long time ago, right? When you see that, when you see somebody going through, right? When you see somebody going through I keep wondering, when you see somebody going through like the back and forth, right? Someone that's deeply invested in the back and forth, right? Not being surprised when the energy doesn't get anywhere, right? And that's kind of how it is. Do you want to go through back and forth, or do you want to actually get somewhere? And so and it's interesting too, because I feel like it's a lot of the energy that works through, right? Like works through the frustration of often feeling like they've had to leave traumatic situations by being the bigger person, and even recognizing that even in the space by which one does, right? The identification of others' misperceptions on things. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that works through those experiences. And I keep on getting like this. Remember, I said that in a way that this is very healing to Aries energy, because these are lessons that Aries energy learned a long time ago, right? You'll often see that those that carry a lot of Aries placements, right? It's the identification point, that the comparison that we give ourselves, right? The only thing that we should compare ourselves to is the person in the mirror, the person that we energetically were yesterday. And this is why you have to love yourself, because you cannot move into an Aries cycle if you don't love the person that you see every day, right? And that's often why you see somebody who doesn't love, like, when someone doesn't love the person they see every day, what do they start to do? They start to take all of that and they try to project it on everybody around them, right? And that's why often you'll see somebody volatile, and what's the first thing an Aries will say? Are you okay? Continuing to get clarification, moving back into masculine energy. 3 cards, heart space of masculine, and we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Yeah, the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of masculine. We've got the five of wands in its reversal, the 8 of swords in its reversal, and the moon card. And I got to just tell you right now, I'm not surprised about this. We've got a big moon coming up. So we've got double moon energy coming through. And we've got alignment right now between the cards that we're seeing in the space of masculine and the cards that we're seeing. So the heart space of masculine, we see cards in the heart space of masculine that are in the head space of feminine. And like I said, it's a retrospective eclipse. Okay, there's nowhere during this eclipse cycle that you could potentially see the full totality. But I want to describe that as well in relationality to, and I think that this is rather beautiful for the masculine energy that's working through experiences like this, because it's the identification of working through, right? Working through the deeper feelings upon things, right? It's working into. I feel like there's a lot of that work that is identified as it relates to kind of going through the understanding of our deeper self, right? And that's what and especially and I want to describe, this is why we talk about the significance and value of doing our shadow work effectively. And again, I'm just going to reaffirm what I always say, which is to say shadow work is a scary word. It's a word that sounds like spooky for just doing, it's understanding what it is that we've been working to avoid within ourselves, right? And that's the sad truth of it. When we work to avoid things, everybody knows. Like everybody knows. We work to, like, someone being like, I've effectively avoided that feeling. They did not effectively avoid that feeling. Everyone else around them was dealing with the feeling that they were choosing to avoid, right? Like that's what happens. Okay? It's like that's what happens. It's like that becomes the only thing, right? Because it's working into the context of our own understanding about things. And here's the truth about it. We can't ever know ourselves completely. Like absolutely can't know ourselves completely. That's great. But like when we understand ourselves enough, we know what we're not great at. And then it becomes a gift. Right? Because if you're not good at something, then you go, I seek to learn. Right? I seek to learn. Or it's just not my thing, right? It's like it's not something they get all like it's not something that you get all like up in your feels about. But boy, when somebody is avoiding something and they've got a lot of feelings, it is like the projection that points right back at them, right? Like it's literally, and I feel like that's what's happening with some of this masculine energy right now. The healed masculine energy is going, your projection's showing. Right? Oh, it's awkward. Like they're like I'm getting like it's your projection showing, right? Like that's what it feels like. And then I keep on getting in relationality to that. It's a lot of, and this is what we talk about. Like we have to pay respect to how difficult it is to be on the masculine journey. When you're literally mortified by having to look around and feel like everywhere you look, you're just seeing a bunch of energy whose projection is showing like you know what I mean? It's like I see the energy like literally like this, you know, because it's and I keep on getting this. It's an impossible conversation. You cannot have how do you have a conversation, right? Have a conversation with someone whose projection is showing. It's like it doesn't allow you to, because it's like the minute you try to show, right? The minute you try to show something to another, what are they going to do? They're going to project on you more, right? Like, and this is why, I feel like for a lot of the masculine energy that works through this, it's hard because I can see that, I can see the space by which it's like one hopes to be able to heal something. And I almost see masculine energy talking to other masculine energy about it, you know, like the observation of being able to say, like, I wish I could, like having the conversation with someone that you wish you could have with another person, right? It's like the conversation that you desire, but you can't effectively have because the projection's there. It's painful, right? This is how we talk about, this is how other people's traumas hurt us, right? It's like I can see the energy working through that, but also allowing the context of their own understanding. Like I definitely feel like there's something beautiful there because it's working into the space by which another person is getting, and I can see the energy, and this is what I meant about, like, we often see this in terms of whenever Saturn moves into Aries, the energy looking back upon the past version of self that was also like that, right? Like that's the energy that almost says, I remember, right? Like it's working through that observation. Now, continuing to move towards feminine energy, and for feminine energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the 8 of Cups in its upright. I love that 8 of Cups. The Temperance card in its upright. I like this. This is a nice combination of cards here. And the Judgment card in its reversal. And I want to describe, you know, there's something very important they're potentially seeing that's happening right now in the heart space of feminine, as it relates to experiences by which they themselves may have felt that they were too harsh, is what I keep on getting. I'm not sure why. I just keep on getting like this is a big eclipse cycle in relationality to feminine healing the harsh, is what I keep on getting. But why are we seeing that the feminine is working to heal the harsh, right? Like masculine is working through how to get through projection. Like, I see masculine being like, I don't know how to, like, yeah, that's like what, like it's hard, right? Feminine is like working through, is healing the harsh. And why do we have feminine healing the harsh to a certain extent? Because when feminine is too much in the space of comparison, that's what comparison gets you. You know, that's what's being too caught up in others' comparison creates. It creates harshness, right? It creates a lot of that. It creates a lot of that volatility. It creates a lot of that. It creates a lot of that space by which one identifies or recognizes like what we feel energetically harsh upon. And so I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? Like, and I feel like I like this too, because like, you know, I feel like there's something about the feminine there that identifies, right? When one identifies that, and I need to point this out, when we navigate traumatic experiences, we have to become harsh, right? There's a harshness that arrives within us because we've had to survive and thrive through things. But when we recognize that quality and characteristic, we are, like I keep on hearing, we are humble with our harshness, is what I keep on hearing. And why am I hearing we are humble with our harshness? Because we recognize the fact that the harshness was created at a time by which we needed it to survive. But that our harshness as we heal is something that we work to release and to alleviate within us. Because if you don't heal the harshness that you create in a traumatic space, then that harshness will be the trauma that you bring to every circumstance or situation. I know it's rough, right? It's not fair. It's not fair. And this is what often happens. What's the sound that you often heal? I was about to say, what is the sound that you often heal? I was going to say hear, but I said heal. What is the song that you often heal when you're healing? I need that, right? I need that. Like I need that. Like why do you need it? Because I have to protect myself with it, right? And this is effectively what we see is a lot of the feminine coming into that space of compassion, right? The observation of being able to like heal the harshness, and then the harshness being like, I can't let go of the harshness. Why can't you let go of the harshness? I need that. Why do you need it? Because protect me from what? From the trauma. Where's the trauma? The trauma I escaped from. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Like, now we're getting somewhere, right? Now we got to follow. We got to follow the harshness to where it inevitably leads, right? And when we start to take responsibility for our harshness, it's not that we get rid of it entirely, but we're careful with it, right? It's the being like, like we know where it springs from. So, and I feel like that's a lot of the energy that says it's okay to carry harshness as long as you know the spring within from which it flows, which is the space by which one says, I understand that that is not something that others experience, but that is something that we effectively tend within us. Now, this brings us to the energy, the heart space of non-binary right now, and we're going to be using for the non-binary headspace. We're going to be using the tarot, Nouveau Tarot. 3 cards, please. Ooh, we got a King of Swords. Oh, I know where this is going. Yeah, we got the 8 of Pentacles. A lot of 8 energy and a lot of 8s. A lot of 8 in today's spread. A lot of moon energy. And the wow, double kings, the Knight, King of Wands, the King of Wands in its reversal. Wow, look at that. Okay, look at that. I'm just going to show you the cards for anyone who is the tarot nerds out there. Where are my tarot nerds at? Where are my tarot nerds at? How you doing there, guys? How we doing? It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Let's and here's the thing about I gotta stress this. And we're gonna and here's here's the thing. And I'm gonna keep on. I keep on hearing this is what's happening with a lot of non-binary energy. Get my healing out of your mouth. Get my healing out of your mouth. But why do we see that? Because, and I need to stress this, because for a lot of the energy that does, and I want to describe this, the space by which one has to come into healing is, and I want to describe that this is why we get very, I want to describe the word proprietarial on our own healing journeys, right? Because often when one is moving through a healing journey, it's the space by which, and I need to describe this, and I see a lot of the energy that works through it. Every time, it's so wild. Every time I read into non-binary, there becomes a language problem, which is working through the attenuation of language. And the thing is, language builds upon itself. But this is also how language sometimes loses meaning, right? And it's hard, right? Because, and I keep on getting this, there is the space by which we energetically attenuate. There are the things that we effectively work through, and we try to be energetically specific. And then we get frustrated, right? Because in the space by which others understand things, we often feel like the specificity loses the context in the space of shared meaning. Okay, if you're understanding what I'm talking about here, it's like, and it's interesting that this is all coming through the heart space, because it has a lot to do with the way we identify our feelings. And I feel like what I see that a lot of the energy is doing right now is trying to find words to identify the feeling that they're currently experiencing right now. And the thing about it, and I keep on, and I feel like it's like that's the feeling. Okay. but the way to effectively articulate it is and I need to describe, it's the way that we effectively work into something that allows us to effectively, and I want to just, the best way I can describe it for those who understand is yes and instead of no but. Okay? And what do I mean about the difference between yes and instead of no but? When one is moving through a strong idea, right? When you're building into something that feels energetically like grand, then you often feel the energetic excitement with the yes and, right? It's the ability of something that we are like the understanding that we're energetically gaining is the gaining of momentum. It's the work that we effectively do that helps us to articulate upon something in a way that allows us to be able to energetically build upon it. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working through those experiences, that understanding, right, building into that energetic elation point is the celebration. However, I feel like this is a lot of energy that has had to experience energy that desires to come towards them, but is more in the no but mentality. And the thing about it is, no but doesn't broach conversation, right? Like no but is stagnancy territory, right? It's overly energetically controlling upon things. And this is why I feel like a lot of the energy works through healthy, like they work through the understanding of having to build boundaries under those experiences and conditions, right? The observation of working through something to such an extent and to such a degree that I keep on hearing they had to forge they had to forge their boundaries in the heart of no but is what I keep on hearing. They had in the heart of no but, there they were forging those boundaries, right? The state by which they had to find themselves in the wake of others articulating that they shouldn't, right? The space by which, and this is the like that's this is what we talk about, like forging the healthy energetic boundaries in the space of others constantly doubting the self, right? Constantly being in the space of saying, like, like, aren't you tired of being yourself? Aren't you tired of being yourself? Wouldn't you just like to fit in? That kind of stuff. So when you work into the space of understanding, right? When you work into the space of understanding yourself, you become it becomes very easy to be able to see the difference between yes and no but, right? The space by which another person identifies and recognizes because the inspiration and builds into the context of hoping to effectively grow something, right? Versus the experiences by which another person says, like, tries to come towards you with the clenched fist, right? With the clenched fist of their own desire. Right? And what is the clenched fist of our own desire? The clenched fist of our own desire are those experiences by which another person says, I want something beautiful to occur, but only under my circumstances. Have fun with that. What does the universe say? What does the universe say when they say, show me something wonderful, but only under these conditions? What? Like, what? It's work. And then you energetically wonder, right? And it's like it's a space by which you see others, like, and this is the thing about it, like, and I like to describe, there is and this is why we work through standards versus boundaries, right? Because standards are, and this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? This is the difference that we're seeing right now between between the King of Swords and the King of Wands in its reversal, right? What is the difference? What is the difference between a standard and a boundary? Okay, and this is why you have to be very careful. And this is why I see this energy articulating this, because what is the one rule that we have to be attentive towards? Our trauma loves nothing more. Our trauma loves nothing more. When trauma is looking to survive, it will disguise itself as a boundary, right? Our trauma, absolutely, when our trauma wants to survive, and it'll articulate itself as a boundary, right? And what is the difference between a standard and a boundary? Which is having an articulation point on something that's important, being like, and And then what is nice about it? Your standard usually has a story, right? Standards got a story. We don't want to have standards, and yet we have the story that requires us to have a standard. I know it's hard, right? And this is why we often talk about energy, and wisdom often understands the value of energetic standards. Boundaries, a trauma boundary has no story. Trauma boundary doesn't want to talk about it. Why? No, because I said so. Because I said so. I'm not inclined to discuss. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting boundary you got right there. Are you inclined to go into it? No. Oh, okay. It's interesting. I just want to point out that that boundary looks a lot like trauma, right? And we recognize, and that's the hard part. It's not the fact that we don't all carry them. We all have some, right? We all have some within us. And the difference, you'll usually see somebody who's working on healing a trauma boundary, you'll be able to articulate, because they'll say, I'm not ready to have that conversation yet. I'm not ready, which is the space by which another person says, right? I'm working towards it, working towards it. I'm working towards it, right? The observation of building into the energetic confidence that it takes to confront a trauma boundary, which is the space by which we hold something that we know is energetically unreasonable, but trauma makes it hard to let go of things, right? And so I feel like I keep on hearing for a lot of this energy, building into the context of saying it's okay, right? It's okay to have both, right? It's okay to be in the space by which, and this is the hard part about it, when we're creating healthy standards, be ready to confront trauma boundaries, which is the difference between saying this is what's energetically reasonable and this is why it's important, right? Versus those experiences by way another person says, right? The identification point of working through something that feels energetically emotional, right? But the contortion that another person will take because they don't want to energetically face a conversation, right? The readiness, and I keep on saying, you can tell the difference between healing in the articulation of the defined readiness as it relates to how we're effectively able to work through things. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy, identifying and articulating upon that. And even in the context by which they do, right? They're working through the observation as to why that type of work is energetically necessary, right? Healthy things have good conversations attached to them. It's good to talk about it. While continuing, unconscious right now, moving towards the unconscious, and we're moving back towards masculine energy. 3 cards right now in the unconscious of masculine. And we're going to be utilizing, for the unconscious of masculine, the Novo Tarot. Got 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We've got the Fool card in its reversal. I like that. That's like good Aries energy there. The Justice card in its reversal. And we have here the King of Cups in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the energy that we're identifying here. Now, a lot of the work that we're effectively seeing has to do, and I want to describe this, and this is, and I want to show you too, like this is beautiful energy in the unconscious space, but it's heavy, right? Because this is working through, right? This is working through the healthy masculine energy that can tell the difference between, like, the work that masculine has in becoming strong is being able to tell who's ringing the bell, right? And what do I mean by being able to tell who's ringing the bell? Because the space by which we work through our own feeling of unsafety, right? The thing about it is our higher self and our ego all have access to our own sense of our own anxiety, right? And that's the hard part about it. The ego and the higher self run through the same circuitry of the anxiety that we carry. But that's why it's really important that we get to know ourselves. Because when we're confronted with anxiety, right, being able to tell if the anxiety is coming from the ego, right, versus the higher self is usually articulated as to why does it make you worried, right? Because the thing is, and you have to understand this, right? The ego is the defense mechanism of the soul. When the ego is in a healthy space, it holds the same condition as the soul. And you'll usually tell that those with healthy egos, the ego is transparent, right? You can see through it. It's beautiful. It's what's outside is inside. It's the same thing. It's streamlined as it is, right? A streamlined experience of a healthy ego that matches the shape of the soul within. Because when an ego system gets hypersensitive, it's usually because the ego is getting too big. Okay? And what happens when the ego gets too big? The slightest thing, right? The ego that's getting too big, what is it always saying? I'm worried I'm going to get fractured. I'm worried I'm going to get fractured. And so it builds and it builds and it builds upon itself. So the smallest thing, right? The smallest thing feels like it's an energetic irritation. Everything feels like it's a threat. The ego what is the overactive ego always saying? I'm threatened. I'm constantly being threatened by things, which is why you have to be very conscientious of the ubiquitous they, because the overactive ego will employ the ubiquitous they to get bigger, right? The overactive ego will employ the ubiquitous they to get bigger, which says, I'm under threat, I'm under threat, I'm under threat. Build me bigger, until finally you can't hear anything but the ego that continually says, we are in danger, we are in danger. And in the meantime, there is only one dangerous thing around the person whose ego is doing that, and that is the person, right? Those who hurt typically don't try to hurt. It's usually somebody whose ego is too hyperactive and feels like they're in perpetual danger. So the modality by which we're able to regulate our ego is how safe we are for ourselves and for those around the self. Right? It's the observation that when we truly want to be in the modality of the protector, we must first be ready to confront the ego. Because you cannot, even in the space by which you articulate your protecting, if you're not confronting the ego first, that can be a very dangerous inclination to have under those circumstances. So it's the working through of what's healthy, right? And it's the ability to confront our own fear that makes us energetically able to be the force that truly is the protector. And it's the reason by which we're able to articulate upon the anxiety that we experience, right? The difference of being able to attenuate the anxiety we feel that we recognize is the ego that feels the sense of being under threat on something that they do not want to energetically face, versus the actual, something that is actually and practically something that needs to be addressed. This brings us to the feminine energy. Feminine energy right now, unconscious of feminine, and we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Got one here, two more, please. Thank you. Come on. Okay. We've got here the Chariot card in its upright, the Fool card in its reversal. Look at that. I got to tell you, there's a lot of cards in these spreads. So being able to see, like when we've got a lot of the alignment in terms of the cards in the unconscious space right now, like this is positive. We've got the Fool card in its reversal, and we've got the 10 of Swords in its reversal. So what do we have that's effectively occurring there? We've got a lot. So the observation, what we effectively have in relationality to the energy of the feminine, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, the ability of being able to effectively try to move things. I keep wondering, the space by which you try to move things into productive places tells you everything you need to know, right? And here's the thing about it. If you're too busy spending your time comparing yourself to everything around the self, you can't move anything into a positive direction, right? Like the biggest the biggest con game on feminine that's ever experienced is the space by which feminine has ever had to compare themselves to anything else, right? It's ping pong, right? It's just, it doesn't, it's like, why spend an iota, right? Why spend an iota of your time dealing with anything or anyone that would ever compare you? Because all one experiences in the modality of comparison is someone, what is the word behind comparison? I would prefer that, right? And once you realize that when anytime you're compared, what another person is saying is I would prefer that, then you just let them. You like you just knock yourself out. Go for it. Go. Goodbye. Goodbye. Right? It's like it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that type of energy. Right? Like there's nothing, and often the space, like it's just like why if somebody prefers something, why would you ask them to stay? Right? If someone prefers something, you're gonna spend your time trying to lure them. What is that? No luring, right? Healthy relationship is not a luring game, right? It should not feel like a luring game. It should not feel like being like, come here. It's the articulation, right? And this is, but this is often the space, like this is feminine clearing themselves of like looking at things like that and being like, this is what you do to get them. Like what? Why are you talking like that? Like this is what you do. Like, what? Are you okay? Right? You just kind of like, meanwhile, you just kind of move like you just, right? I just see a lot of this, like I just see like the energy being like okay. And then, like it's like that, like that's all I mean, I feel like, and I think in that way, because I keep on seeing, and I think that it's beautiful too, because I feel like for a lot of the energy, like, and I want to describe this, like the more you heal, the weirder things will get around you, simply because you stop investing yourself in doing weird things, right? And I know this sounds weird, but sometimes being like, people are weird, being like, yeah, unhealed things are weird. Right? Like unhealed things are weird. But it's like it's and I like to point out the difference between there's good weird, right? And I need to I keep on, there's good weird, and then there's weird is what I keep on seeing. And what's the difference between good weird and weird, which is like, and I like to point out, when you the relationality by which one owns one's weird is directly proportional to how healthy it is, right? Like it's directly proportional to how healthy it is, which is like like if you're ever unsure if your weird is healthy or not, go talk about it to another person. Okay, go talk about it because weird is delightful. Everybody loves good weird. Good weird is interesting, being like weird. Like that's great, right? But it's like when things are weird, then they're often in the space by which, like, and I need to describe this, right? And I feel like the reason that this is coming through right now is, and I want to, and like I literally see a lot of feminine energy being like having to heal from weird situations, and that's unfortunately the shape of trauma, which is literally the space of energy being like, I had to get out of there because I didn't know what was happening. But the observation, but that's the thing about it, right? Like like the unhealthy relationships, we leave and we have questions, right? We leave because we never get the satisfying answer. But when you understand, and this is the thing about it, like, do you see what's happening here in the understanding of this? I just walked you through what happens with the overactive ego right? The overactive ego that's constantly in the space of navel gazing, that constantly says we're under threat, slowly getting weirder, but not in a fun way, in like a weird way. And then another person being like, when you see somebody, like when that happens, you effectively walk away, and then you feel the trauma of never truly understanding, because the ego never has a clear answer, right? The ego never has a clear answer. This is a lot of the energy that says they work to understand they're weird, which is the space by which it says nothing is weird. Everything is energetically precious, because the space by which we are able to be reasonable and we're able to delight in something, right? The weird that is good is the weird that we hold to the light of day. Right? The weird that is good is the weird that we hold to the light of day, that says, isn't this like, isn't this, because what is weird held in the light of day become cool. The weird held in the light of day becomes our cool, right? Cool. All right. Continuing to get clarification. Continuing to get clarification. And we're moving into the unconscious of non-binary. 3 cards, please. And we'll be using the Tarot del Fuego for the unconscious of non-binary here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, are you going to be? Oh, we got a transverse. Okay. Yeah, these cards are such spinners. Ooh, we got an Ace of Swords. Got a lot of aces on the table. I'm not surprised. It's a pretty intense full moon energy we got coming up. We've got the 8 of Swords in its reversal, and we've got the 6 of Wands in its transverse. So let's get into this a little bit, because what we're effectively seeing, how do I describe this best? The Ace of Swords in its upright, with the 8 of Swords in its reversal, and the 6 of Wands. That's some complicated stuff. I need a minute. All right, a lot of swords there. Okay, here's a lot of swords. The thing I keep on seeing is, and I want to like I think it's interesting too, because there's something important that we see that's happening in relationality to working through, right? Working through the context of the self. And I want to describe what we're effectively seeing there. And I feel like it's very much the embodiment of Aries energy. And this is the thing about it. And you'll often notice this with those with like Aries placements, which is like, God help you if you ever mistake the kindness that you find in Aries for weakness. Okay, because the thing about it is, you have to understand, with those with Aries placements, they had to cobble together, right? They had to cobble that kindness together. They did not arrive here with a lot of patience. Okay, they did not arrive here with a lot of patience, and they had to find the patience as they went. And there it is. You will find an Aries looking around, being like, what does everybody do? Where'd you guys get all that? Being like, you didn't show up with all this patience. I don't get any patience. So like literally Aries is like amazing, because they have to take the frustration and cobble it into patience. They have to cobble it into kindness. It's often the space by which, and this is the hard part with those with Aries placements. Aries placements typically are very good at trying to get, like being like, how can we do this faster? Right? And it's not the fact that those with Aries placements don't care. Okay, it's not the fact that those with Aries placements don't care, but often the space by which they're very, like, those with Aries placements are already there, right? That's often what happens. And this is often what happens with Aries placements. And when you know this, right, you want to like sob. It's not the fact that you ever interrupt somebody. You're already there. I'm there, baby. Nope, I'm already down the street. I knew you. I heard the first word out of your mouth. I was down the street. I had the bags packed. I knew exactly where we were going, right? And so the thing that often happens, right, is for those working through, having a lot, and we're all going through this because there's we're literally going through an eclipse process. We're going through an eclipse process where like we feel a lot of that Aries energy, right? So the space by which we amplify, I'm already there, is the modality by which we're able to energetically articulate to one another, right? It's the space by which we feel like the space by which we feel that energetic celebration point, the space by which we feel the energetic relief when we bring, right, when we bring that sense of directionality to things, and another person says like, oh my goodness, thank you, right? It's like how easy it can be, that feels like an energetic blessing, right? But often what happens, right, like, and you'll sometimes see this with those with Aries placements, right? The energy that tries to give someone the gift of speed, right? Somebody trying to give someone the gift of speed, and then another person saying, how dare you, right? Because they weren't ready to get over their personal hurdle, right? The modality by which another person, right? Like another person moves, like sees, and you'll see, like you'll often see Aries that have lost relationships in this space, right? You'll often hear Aries say, no good deed goes unpunished, because it's it's the modality by which, right, another person articulates a wish that they don't mean to deliver upon, right? That's different, isn't it? Like that's painful. Those moments by which you recognize the difference between the articulation, right, versus what we truly want. And so often those with Aries placements navigate healing from wounds of integrity, right? Which is not the state by which we articulate what it is that we wish is a gift that we give to those around the self. It's not something that we say. We don't, our wishes should never be, our wishes should never be false shields as to what it is that we're afraid of doing. And that is what we call wishlash, right? The alas, right? The difference between a wish and an alas. And that the modality by which another person says, right, I wish, right? And then another person says, I can fix that, I can make that happen. And then another person falls apart in the context of it because they truly didn't wish it to be. They use the alas, right? They use the alas to recognize the inner impasse, right? And so this is what I see that a lot of the energy is conscientious about, which is why, right? Which is why they build into, right? Why they build into things energetically carefully, right? The modality by which they effectively work through things patiently is the space by which they build into the understanding. I keep on saying the difference of the healing that occurs in those that truly desire to move towards the dream, right? Versus those that look at the dream, but then always put an energetic limitation in before it, right? Though, and I keep on seeing the energy that says, what are you looking for? Are you looking, like, are you looking for building blocks, or are you looking for alasses, right? Because alasses are often the song you hear with another person that holds dreams. And this is the thing about it. It's not enough to have dreams. You gotta get those arms moving, right? We don't wait upon them. There's no waiting in the context of moving towards our dreams. There's just the dream is in the doing. That bottom of the deck on this reading for the masculine energy right now, Page of Swords, right? I'm telling you right now, I feel like, I know there's a lot of volatility here. This is not an easy time, but I feel like there's something really important in terms of truly understanding and identifying what Aries is for, right? The energy that creates that sense of go. And it's interesting because we often articulate it as a warrior, but it's also the inner child, right? It is the excitement. It is the delight that we bring to things, right? And it's the observation, right, when we want to heal Aries, right, we have to look at vulnerability as the priority, right? We don't look at vulnerability as something that we're working to eradicate within the self, but something that we recognize is worthy of protecting. Because here's the thing about it, you don't find vulnerability the further you go, right? You don't get the vulnerability. I mean, sometimes you get a little bit of vulnerability back, but it's a lot harder to get back. It's a lot harder to get back. It's a lot harder to get back, right? It's a lot harder to get back. It's a different road, right? And so the observation of being able to identify and recognize how beautiful it is, right? And when we understand that, the only way we see vulnerability as beautiful is when we start to love ourselves, right? And when you see something, and that's why often when you see somebody who sees vulnerability in another and all it brings out in them is hate, you know, like that's what's so painful, because you know that that is the self-loathing that they're carrying for their most vulnerable parts, that they're proliferating on the world because they haven't done the work to heal the self. And that's why I keep on seeing the energy that works through, like the pathwork of forgiveness starts in identifying the first time you felt that vulnerability was something that you had to cleanse yourself of instead of holding preciously towards. While for feminine energy right now, and this is we're utilizing the Nouveau Tarot, the 10 of Cups in its reversal, right? The false premise of energetic comparison, right? The observation of potentially never feeling like one is enough, because it's very convenient comparison. There's always someone better than the self, right? There's always, comparison is a never-ending game, right? You'll reach a success point, and then there it is, somebody who's doing better, right? And when we recognize that the nature of comparison is building into the false premise that you yourself are lacking, then you stop you stop being so concerned in what others' version of better is, and you start seeking your own perfect, right? And this is a lot of that work that we often see with Virgo placements, right? And this is a lot of that Virgo full moon energy that we've got coming up because Virgos often are here, right? Perfect is not a destination, right? The ideal circumstances never present themselves. We create, right? Virgos are when we create the space of it, becoming, not seeking perfection, but becoming perfect makers. While for the non-binary energy right now, and we're using the Tarot del Fuego, we've got the World card in its upright. So what are we seeing with a lot of this world energy? The thing with the world energy that I'm identifying right now is it's working through the energetic compassion, right? Working through the energetic compassion that we often feel. and the thing about it, I keep on hearing, and I need to stress this, compassion, I keep on hearing, compassion sometimes builds into the space by which it exhausts us, right? It's the compassion that we energetically feel. This is why we talk about empaths often need to build into, right? Empaths often need to build into healthy energetic boundaries, right? Because the space by which, or holding strong energetic boundaries, because like what we often feel is the need of others, right? The attenuation of others' needs that feels like it's overwhelming and demanding. And often the feeling of, again, as you're continuing to heal, you can almost feel the energetic needs of others, often being in the space of effectively needing things outside of the self. But I keep on seeing it's energetically reciprocal, right? The way that we effectively work through the amplification, and I wanted to even describe this, because often these eclipse cycles can make us feel very hypersensitive, particularly if we already have inclinations and being able to sense others' needs, right? The ability of understanding that your needs, right? Your needs are just, and do you see, like, Do you see how, like, as I'm doing this reading, how quickly, like, my heart chakra started getting like, do you see, like, you could all, the sound of the self that feels drowned out in the demands of those around the self, right? It gets heavy. It's a heavy mantle to wear, right? But when we're aware of the fact that it is an energetic mantle, right? The space by which we understand, the space by which we work through something, and we often feel like the space by which we're trying to move something forward, but also feeling the weight of others and the space that their needs also yield towards, right? It's understanding that our work is important, because even moving something an inch is a gift. And when you concentrate, and this is why I keep on hearing, bless that inch, right? Don't get overwhelmed. Don't look at your inch and say it's meager. Don't look at something and say it's not enough, right? Don't sit there and perseverate in relationality to something that you're doing and say, I can't give everything. Just say, I'm working towards, right? I'm working towards that inch. I'm working towards that metric. Every day I can look and say, this is how I move something, right? This is how I move the needle in the right direction. This is how I gave something. This is how I left a place a little bit better than where it started. Don't get overwhelmed. Just concentrate on what it is you're doing that allows you to find that point of beauty and satisfaction, because it is never lost, it is never wasted, and it is ever precious. That is where we find all of the energy. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that I have to deliver. All you have to do if you'd like to book that reading with me is just book one on my website. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who participated in our recent class on the court cards of the Sword Suite. Our next class will be held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards of the Sword Suite. And if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid subscriber, you will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the materials are there for you to receive as you're ready to receive them. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class. You also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me. I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your impact, working towards your tarot goals going forward. You'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule, as well as my Mystic Meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing. In the cards, I just released one yesterday on navigating this full moon energy that we have coming up.
I also want you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter today, and you will be getting a free reading. And thank you so much, Ivana. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list today, you will be the 4th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We also got to 65K for those who are joining us on the Clock app, so I will be gifting a reading back to the collective as well. Thank you guys for helping us get to that number so quickly. And for anybody who's joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Before we continue, I am going to read back on some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need the date by which you were added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. And thank you so much, Caroline, for that follow. Yes, thank you as well. Oh, sweetheart, I'm so glad to hear that you're feeling better, dear. Happy Monday, Jen. Good to see you. And thank you, Carl, for the follow. Thank you for reposting, Shah. And Grand Rising Team Osana. What do you didn't miss? I mean, anything you missed, Ryan, you know it'll be in the usual places. I hope that helps. Welcome, Chris. Thank you, Kath, for those gifts. And Laurel, thank you for those heart me's. Please remember, friends, if you are a super fan who would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card, please just make sure to be recharging your heart me's as well. Sending love right back to you as well, Tara. Oh, I'm just reading over what you wrote here. Like the suppression and projection is a lens or filter they haven't removed. Exactly. Yeah, I think that's a very good way of describing it. But like, and I want to point out, it never goes away entirely, right? Like it never goes away entirely, but our own conscientiousness of it allows us to be able to articulate towards it, if that makes sense. And thank you, Flair, for the follow. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys are the live. And thank you as well. How are you doing today, Figment? And Israelita, thank you for the follow. I needed that. You're so welcome. Good afternoon, Dada. How are you doing today? Welcome, Siobhan. Grand Rising, Lexi. And Erica, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Per? And Per, thank you for getting on the list as well. You will be the 4th person read for. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. Thank you as well. And Watkins, thank you for the follow too. I got you on the list. I'm going to read the list right now to confirm. If I haven't named you on the list and you sent the donation, I just need to know. I just need you to give me the initial where you sent the donation. I don't need the full name. I just need the initial. I am. I hope you're having a beautiful day as well, Mama. How you doing today, Lizzie? Yeah, the reading that came at a perfect moment. I'm so glad to hear that, Siobhan. Welcome, Yaz. Thank you as well. Oh, thank you, Valentina. I know. I mean, it's, here's the thing. If it's sad, then let that be, let that be your closure, is the best way I can describe it. And Butch Stone, thank you for the follow. Guys, please remember, true readers will not ask you to inbox them for readings. Please stay safe. Remember, this is my only account. Yeah, weird. That's the word. Exactly. Yeah, smoother systems. I like that. How are you doing today, Soup? And thank you for the follow. Excellent. And Warrior, thank you for the follow as well. Happy March, Warrior. Yeah, I needed that reminder today. I'm working towards that inch. Just let that be your focus right now. Don't downplay. I know. And listen, I need to point this out. Like this type of energy right now, right? Like this type of energy can sometimes create the feeling like we're running in place. Don't get frustrated. Just if you're feeling like that, just let that help you recognize how far you've come. You're so welcome, Ivana. And thank you for showing me that we got to 64K. Welcome, Ava. Good to see you today. You needed the sleep. I don't mind if you slept through it. You know me. It's I consider it a very honorable thing if you fall asleep in here. It means you feel safe. So I'm glad if the gift you got in this reading was rest, I'm very happy that you received it. I've got the best nap voice. Thank you. I'm a Leo. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm good with that. Yep. Excellent. Well, I wish you safe travels as well, Ivana. How you doing today, Julia? Excellent. All right, my friends, we are going to get started. We are going to get started on personal readings. As I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. The first person I'm going to read the list. The list we have right now is Marley, Ivana, Kath, and Per. So if you get on the list right now, you will be the fifth person read for. And the first person we're reading for today is Marley. Marley, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, actually, Marley, hold. Before we get started, we're going to do the giveaway, and we're going to gift that reading back to the collective. So I am thinking of a number right now between. Let's see. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 45. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, Ivana already got it. Well done, Ivana. Well done. All right, we'll do that again. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. We'll get there soon if we're already at 67K. That was awesome. All right. So as we said, we're going to continue right now. Marley, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person. It was super fast. I've got you. Excellent. I got you, Marley. And I'm going to pin you up here. But before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. All right, I'm going to pull the card. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And we are doing a love reading for Marley. Just bear with me a minute, Marley. Let me cover up these cards here. And just a reminder to anybody who missed the Daily Collective, it will be up. I'll post a picture of the spread. It will be up over on the place where we keep, it'll be up on the stack later once the podcast is up. And we are doing a love reading there we go, for you and that energy. Perfect. All right. Can I please please get, and thank you for being the first person on the list today. You will also be getting an additional card in your reading. 3 cards, please. Thank you. And 2 more. And 1 more. Thank you. And you get 1 more. Where's the deck I want to use? Hold on a minute. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Oh my gosh. So I think it's interesting because, you know, I don't know if something has happened for this person, but um, the word I keep on hearing around someone is windfall, if that makes sense. You know, um, and I don't know if you've known them for a while, but like it almost feels to me like there's something that's happened that is changed their own opinion on something dramatically, like where like I don't know if this person had like a rough experience growing up, but like I keep on seeing that there's something very I almost see somebody who told themselves that they wanted to kind of reach a point of energetic stability before they made any kind of decision. And I feel like that's where I'm effectively finding someone now. You know, I see somebody who feels like in some way, shape, or form their efforts um, have paid off, right? Like it's like they were articulating to others what they aspired to do, and then they went ahead and did it. And this is where they find themselves. Um, you know, the the difficult thing I'm also seeing though is and I think that in a way, like I wouldn't be surprised if you've noticed some kind of changes in them as well. Um, I see somebody that is very, the word that keeps on coming through is civically engaged, right? Like I see somebody who is perpetually trying to look for ways to give back towards things. And so I feel like I see somebody who's like, I don't know if this person has their own business, um, but I see them very, very committed and driven towards that purpose. Um, and I want to say that one of the things to be conscientious about this is I feel like I see somebody who's had experiences in the past with relationships that felt like that sense of purpose was preventing the ability to to like move into partnership. But the word I keep on hearing is somebody who's looking for a mature relationship. And what do we often identify with a mature relationship? A mature relationship is one where the purpose that they have isn't going to be articulated as third party or something that feels like it stands in the way of relationship. Um, the hard part about this is, and I feel like I feel like the one thing I'm identifying here is um, making sure that you're being clear with someone in terms of what it is that you're energetically seeking is what I keep on seeing because um like and it comes back to it's so intriguing too because that extra card that I pulled and I want to just show you this is that Tower card in its reversal. Like I see that you yourself have also been going through a lot of changes. And I feel like I see, like, I don't know if you, like, it feels a lot like you and another person having some kind of shared history together is what I keep on getting. Like there's something about this. Like I don't know if you guys come from the same place or if there's something very important in terms of like identifying and this is what I keep on getting. Like the word that keeps on coming up is the word roots, right? And I keep on and the one thing I'm seeing about that is and I feel like I see kind of trying to talk to them about this too, that identification of feeling very much like you know somebody, right? Because you know where they came from. But also I keep on hearing you also know how difficult it can be in some way when another I keep on hearing when another person knows like the past version of self that had to work through trauma in some capacity, right? Like I see you also in some way acting as a healer. Um, but I think it's beautiful too because I almost see you healing on a smaller scale and somebody saying to you, right? Like I keep wondering, there's no quality you can put on healing. Like healing is like that's the thing about healing. Like healing is healing, right? Like whether you're doing it, like whether you're doing it for one person or whether you're doing it for a large group, it doesn't the quality and the significance or the importance of it doesn't change at all. um, I think the hard part in a relationship like the one I'm seeing, I don't know if there's logistical concerns because I feel like that's the hardest thing I'm seeing right now is I see somebody who potentially travels a lot or has to go a lot of places. Um, and I see you effectively, right, I'm not sure why I'm picking up on this, but I feel like there's something about the work that you do that is more adaptable. Um, I feel like I see you kind of being able to adapt through things. So I want you to make sure, and the reason I'm articulating this is I want to make sure you're having patient conversations with another person, right? And what do I mean by patient conversations with another person? It's the observation of making sure that you and them desire the same thing, but also on the same timeline, right? Because that's the only thing that I'm identifying here with the difference between that tower in its reversal versus a lot of the energy that I'm seeing here, right? Making sure that you're being clear to them in terms of what those ideal relationship goals are so that you can have or broach a positive conversation as it relates to, I keep wondering, any conflict with your schedules. Now, bottom of the deck, I keep on getting the message of someone who's hard to know. And I keep on hearing, it's interesting because I feel like it's somebody who's hard to know because there's a lot of people that know them, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting the space of another person who is potentially working on healing. Like I told you, they're working on healing wounds from past relationships where somebody tried to treat their purpose like third party, right? Like the observation of something, like I see somebody trying to say, like, the same thing that drew someone towards me, another person articulated was the reason that something was falling apart, right? Like the space by which another person is in, I keep wondering, like they're in some kind of recovery in terms of feeling the energetic weight of them having to recover from a relationship. I just keep on hearing this. Somebody saying like, oh, but that's what attracted you to me in the first place. And being like, well, I was wrong. Like, right. I keep hearing like the energy from the past that was experienced as a lack of integrity. And the lack of integrity being someone being like, oh, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with something you do. I'm not okay with it. It's actually getting in the way of what I want between you and I. Right. So I feel like understanding if this person is hard to know, like that's the reason why, right? Like this person, like I feel like this person looks at as their purpose um, in a way that it's sacrosanct, right? So making sure like you don't have to like, and I don't know why, but it feels like you and them do something very similar. I don't think it's going to be as much of an issue between the two of you because you've had to go through that too. So um, give someone the time, like make sure that you're telling them not only, right, like not only what it is you aspire and desire, but share with them those stories, right? Tell them about those experiences by which you yourself had to navigate. Like I keep wondering the hard choice because I need to stress this. A healthy relationship doesn't require us to choose between purpose and partnership, right? Like when we're in alignment, um, a good fit is where purpose and partnership merge and support, right? That they support the growing of it. They don't try to work to effectively curb or suppress another person's energetic path or calling, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you for commenting, Mark. Like I said, and I want to stress this, like I said, like, like I feel like I see, like when I say that you and them are very energetically aligned, I keep on seeing it has to do with the fact, like, I don't know why I keep on getting, it's not that you do the same exact thing, but you understand, like I keep wondering, like you understand the importance, like you are also connected to your work in some way by which I keep on hearing the word sacrosanct, right? Like the space by which you would both, like I feel like you both hold work in the same way in such like, and I keep on getting like that is going to be one of the benefits, but it also says to me like a lot of wounds might be coming up in that because you share, right? You share a lot of the similar wounds, having had experiences by which another person made you feel like that, right? I keep on hearing a healthy relationship does not require you to choose, right? It doesn't create the context of a false choice, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much, dear. And just bear with me as I read over some of the comments. Also, friends, we're at 74.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Happy March, Warrior. How you doing today?
And how are you doing today, Jessica and LG, over on the place where we keep the videos? Just a reminder to anybody who's on the place where we keep the videos, your membership there will also entitle you to the same benefits that I've stated, which says that when you, if you want 4 cards, they will be 23 as opposed to 29, and you'll also be able to have a 1 card when we get to the 1 card readings. Thank you for joining us. Hi there, how you doing today, dear Lizzie? This reading came at the perfect moment. Thank you as well, Siobhan, for receiving it. You have a lovely time, Valentina. Absolutely. And Mai, thank you for the follow. Just reading over. Oh, hi, Lexi. How you doing today? I do mediumship readings here. So for anybody interested or asking, we do here highest priority, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have any information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Perfect. Hi there, Rosa. How are you doing today? Okay, the next person we're reading for today is going to be Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, the 4th person read for. Excellent. Before we continue right now, I am going to be warming up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. We've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'll count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. We'll be doing that again after the next reading. One moment, please. And I'm going to pin up Ivana here. Guys, make sure to give Ivana some love. We are doing a life path reading for Ivana. Okay. I am looking for, and just to be able to confirm the list right now, the list we have is Ivana, Per, and Kath. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. And thank you so much, Lexi, for getting on the list as well. You will be read for after Per. Okay, and we're doing a life path, please, for Ivana. 4 cards, please. And 2 more, please. Thank you. Oh, what's up, honey? I think that's important to the reading, though. You know, I want to stress, I feel like there's something very interesting that's happening in your life path right now, particularly in relationality to, I want to describe, I feel like it's you doing something, but in a way that you haven't done it before, is what I keep on seeing.
And the one thing I keep on seeing about that is, and I feel like, I feel like I feel like there's, I don't know if you just completed something, but it feels like you just completed um, some kind of process of learning or understanding something, right? Like it feels a lot like there's been a moment by which, like and I feel like you've been going through a resting stage to try to identify or articulate like how to do something in a way that feels like it's energetically unique to you. Now, and did you notice how as soon as I started reading for this, um, I had to start like clearing my own throat, or even in the space by which Strega felt the need to say something, which is effectively, I feel like this is you being able to um, identify something in a way by which it becomes unique to you. What's interesting about that is, um, and I want to describe this. The hard part is, and this is the best way I can describe what I'm seeing, and it's interesting too because it feels like it's coming through one of your guides, right? Whenever we make something our own, the song we're going to hear is "You're doing it wrong." Like that's the hard thing about it, right? Like I literally see a situation by which you're doing something in a unique way. And the space by which, and I want to kind of give you that support, right? Because, and I need to stress this too. um, like a good teacher does not often create the state by which a good teacher does not expect us to do everything the exact same way that they themselves did, right? Like the value, I keep hearing the value of interpretation is being able to show each other things that we ourselves could not see, right? Like that's what's beautiful. I keep hearing like and I just keep on getting that, which is saying a good teacher values interpretation, or a good teacher understands the quality by which we articulate and we build upon something in a way that um, allows us to be able to explore more. The hard part about this, and this is like some of the frustration that I'm seeing, right? Is, you know, the the energetic hostility that we create, like the hostility that we see in the process of growing, often helps us understand the difference between a direction that we aspire to go into versus the feeling of having to go through something um, energetically alone. And I feel like that is the hard part that I see that you're navigating. And I keep on getting this. Like, I feel like from a relationship perspective and from a personal perspective, I feel like this type of energy is really beautiful and harmonious, right? And it's interesting too, because I want to describe this. This is usually the type of energy I would see more on the footing. But this is you. I feel like this is you finally getting in a space by which you can kind of allow yourself to like move towards having your dreams come true. But the hard part or the hurdle that I see that's happening have to do with healing from another's limited expectations of you, is what I keep on getting, right? And that can sometimes feel like, I keep wondering, that can sometimes feel very devastating, right? Like the observation of another potentially being in the space by which
like the space by which they're often like the space by which they're often questioning our choices or questioning um, like why we would do something rather than looking towards whether it brings us joy is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's what's interesting about it. Like the one message, I feel like you need to write that down. Okay? Joy is a perfectly good reason to do something. Okay? Joy is a perfectly but those who deny themselves, oh, hold on a minute. You see how quick they, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, but those who deny themselves joy is like joy is a perfectly good reason to do something, but those who deny themselves joy don't like to hear that. Joy is a perfectly good reason to do something, but those who deny themselves joy really don't like that, is what I keep on getting. Um, but I think that but like here's the thing about like this is what I feel like I see you like working through, right? Like I see you kind of bringing a sense of joy into everything you do, right? Like why do anything if not for the joy of doing it, right? But like and the this and I keep on hearing your joy doesn't hurt anybody, but you'd be surprised, right? You'd be surprised how quickly like somebody working through their feelings sees joy and they take it personally, right? um and so I think in a way, like I keep on hearing like you're a defender of joy, and it's not just your joy. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I see you defending other people's joy in that same way, right? And I keep on hearing you trying to say to somebody, joy is also a very good teacher, right? And why do I keep on hearing something about joy is also a very good teacher? Because when somebody finds joy, they're like, oh, that's great. I want more of that. I want more. That was awesome, right? Like it's the understanding of, and I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like I see you having arguments with someone about the difference between, I keep on hearing the difference between penalties versus prizes, right? And I like to point this out. Energy that needs penalties to learn things usually is the sound of someone that does not desire to learn anything in the first place, right? Like if somebody needs a penalty to learn something, then they're probably in the wrong place, right? Because joy, like the understanding and the joy that we derive in understanding or working through things, does not require. Like I keep on seeing you like trying to help someone understand. I almost feel like you keep on like I almost see you saying to someone, you can't hold. You have to hold like different standards depending on the measure of joy that somebody's finding somewhere, right? Like that's what's interesting about it. Um, I almost feel like I see you saying to another person, right? Like working through that and being like, look, I don't want to be in the space like like I almost see you saying to somebody like I don't like bottom of the deck. Yeah, that there's that hermit energy, right? Like you can't I keep wondering, you can't get like it's interesting too, right? Like and I feel like in a way like you are a lot of blessing for like someone who's experienced a lot of trauma, right? Because a lot of energetic trauma will often come into the space of being like make me, and you being like I'm not going to make you do anything, right? Like we don't need to make each other, like we don't need to make each other. You can't make, like what we do should not feel like it we have to. We should do it because we desire to. And so I feel like that is the only hard part about something, right? Because I almost see like I feel like I feel like this is you letting go of a lot of anxiety that you've been carrying And it's interesting too, because like I keep every time I read for you, I've got a guide that says like, give me your anxiety, because um, like a lot of the anxiety, like I keep wondering, did the anxiety come from someone who was afraid of joy, right? Which is the observation that it says we have to be like we have to be fearless as we move towards our happiness, right? Like the observation of working through things and allowing that happiness to guide us, right? As long as I keep wondering, as long as our hearts are in blessed places, then it's okay to allow happiness to drive, which is to say, like the space by which we make like the space by which we can articulate that intention to those around the self, right? It's the joy that we articulate, that we define, that then becomes something that is energetically shared. So let that courage guide you, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 85.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. Phoenix, head spinning. Make sure, listen, we've got a lot of we got a lot of this energy that's building up as we're moving towards the full moon tomorrow. Just make sure that you're grounding through it right now, Phoenix. Especially like if you're feeling like a little bit too much in air energy, just make sure that you're drinking and hydrating and staying very grounded. It's not the space by which joy doesn't have to be the only reason, right? Like when we are able to navigate joy with a sense of purpose, then it works us through things in a way that feels energetically determinative. So I feel like a lot of that work that we're doing is almost building into something in a way by which we feel energetically fortified in terms of what we're working for, like towards. And I feel like that's a lot of the work that I see that was happening in that life path, if it makes sense, per. Yes, I think even when I was a child, they would question, and I've been working on letting people know. Yeah, I can see that. If you don't like it, cool, but I do. And I don't question what you like exactly. They have. And thank you, Laurel, for getting on the list, dear. You'll be read for after Lexi. I've been more outspoken and something I used to not do as much. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Ivana. I got you on the list, dear. Absolutely. All right, we're gonna continue. And I feel like it's just like I keep on seeing, like, if you're working through those moments, like if another person wants to misperceive you, right? I keep on hearing that's their business. It's not yours, right? If they want to misperceive that, then like so be it, is what I keep on seeing. Yep, I got you, dear. I'm going to read the list now for everyone who got on the list. How are you doing today, Lexi? Not to be rude, I was just wondering where I was on the list. You're not being rude at all, dear. No, no, it's okay. If you, yeah, and again, I'll just point out, Lexi, the way this works is once you're on the list, I keep you on the list. So if you're not here when we do the reading, you just need to come back and tell me the date, and you'll be added back to the list. So the list we have right now, we just read Ivana. So Kath is next, Per, Lexi, and Laurel. So we've got 3 people ahead of you. So I would say we're probably going to get to your reading in about the next 30 minutes, if that helps. Okay, perfect. You're welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Per.
Apologies, Kath. Kath, if you're here, ooh, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list, as I mentioned, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for today. We're also at 86.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. Kathy, you're next. It's you. Before we continue, though, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. I don't know. She'll pop in. You know, she always slides in, and I got you, dear. And I'm going to pin up Kath here. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. Highest priority for Kath, please. Okay. 4 cards. Thank you. Let's see. And one more, please. And one more. So I feel like what I'm seeing here, this is, I want to describe, like, let me start this off again. How do I describe this best? I see you taking unconventional approaches to things. That's the best way I can describe what I'm seeing. And, I want to, like, I don't know why this is coming through, but it's like the difference between being unconventional versus being prescriptive is often it's the space by which you effectively, like, I literally see you saying to someone, right, like I almost see you having like an argument with someone that has to do with new information is what I keep on getting, like, this is what we talk about, like, and I keep on hearing, like, convention does not run away from new information. Healthy convention does not run away. Hold on a minute. Oh, it's funny too, because, like, and it's funny too, because I was like about to sneeze and then it went away. But it's exactly, that's exactly what I mean in relationality to something, right? I see you, like, I almost see you
having to have a conversation with, like, I see you like having a conversation with someone in in terms of like you know, some opinion they hold, some belief that they hold on to very, like something that they hold on to very strongly. And I like to point this out, like a healthy opinion is made stronger with new information, right? Like this is what I feel like you understand this. Like a good position to hold on something when we get new information, the sound you should hear is yippee, right? Because it allows you to effectively change, right? It allows you to effectively adjust and do something more effectively, right? But I feel like that is what I see that you're working through, that feels energetically like a point of rigor, because I literally I feel like I see you saying to someone like, are you doing that way, are you doing something that way because it's the best way to do it, or are you doing it that way just because you're energetically used to it, right? Like that's a hard conversation to have with someone. Um, but I think that in a way it feels positive and productive because I see you taking logical approaches to things, right? I see you effectively articulating to another, right? Like almost saying to another, like, this is like this is what I feel about that, or this is what we can do about it. And something about that observation or you working through something effectively is what is permitting or allowing for a new possibility to emerge. Because the one thing I keep on seeing is like, and I do feel like I see you kind of going through a process of energetic expansion. And why am I seeing that you're going through that process of energetic expansion, right? Like I see you very much eager for those new approaches. I see you very much being some kind of space of being another's fresh air, right? Like the space by which you're bringing something to another person. The only sound you should hear when you're bringing information to a person is thank you, right? Like I'll take that into consideration, not the space by which I keep wondering, like, not the space by which they take it personally, that you're bringing it to their attention, you know? Like that's the thing that's wild about it. Like I just keep on seeing like that's like I keep wondering, that's the thing that's wild about it. They're acting like a child about it, right? Which is interesting because, and I like to point this out, like child energy child energy doesn't want to know anything. Child energy is like, if I ignore it, right? Somebody being like, if I ignore it, maybe it'll go away, right? So I feel like there's something significant about that. The positive is I feel like I see, right? I see some kind of opportunity. Like I see some kind of opportunity coming towards you, specifically in the space of the next 3 months. And I keep on getting a lot of that opportunity that I'm identifying or seeing there. It feels very much like I just keep on seeing a situation by which, and I want to describe this because I think that it's really important. Um, Gifts are given to us not to make us stay places, right? Like I keep on hearing gifts should not be bargaining chips, is what I keep on hearing. Gifts should not be bargaining chips. And the reason I keep on hearing gifts should not be bargaining chips is if there's something that we have asked for, right? Like if there's something that you've asked for again and again,
the modality of you moving away from something should not have somebody say, we're finally ready to give you that thing, right? And I feel like that is what I want you to be very conscientious about that, because I feel like I keep on seeing, I just keep on, and I think that you should write that down, which is, again, gifts should not be bargaining chips. So if there's something that you should have been receiving because it's merit based, right? If there's something that should have been coming towards you for that because it was something that you deserved, it shouldn't be something that another person is willing to relinquish to you in an effort to get you to stay somewhere, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like that's what I keep on identifying here, that feels that feels emotional, right? Like I feel like I see you, like I almost see you moving towards, like I see you moving in a direction almost through gritted teeth, if that makes sense. Like I see you like moving towards a direction through gritted teeth, which is saying like not desiring to do so, but feeling like one doesn't have a choice to. And then again, that modal, like the space by which you finally find what you're looking for. I just keep on hearing, remember the same message, which says gifts should not be bargaining chips, which is not somebody who sees, like at the time by which you tell them that you have an opportunity, they're finally ready to recognize or give you the thing that you've been energetically asking for, right? It shouldn't, I keep on seeing you having to say to somebody, it shouldn't have had to come to this for that to be something that was offered, right? Because I feel like that is like, I keep on hearing somebody saying like I keep on hearing like the conversation by which another person suddenly says, what could we do to get you to stay? As opposed to saying like this, you should have, like I keep on hearing you say to somebody, you should have given it, like you should have, like that's a trauma environment. Like literally saying to somebody like that's not, you shouldn't be trying to you shouldn't be trying to find balance in the face of all of those conversations by which you recognized or you felt that energetic frustration, is all I keep on seeing. Um, Bottom of the deck on this, yeah, it's the hangman, right? So I feel like I see a manifestation goal coming to fruition for you, but potentially also there being some kind of like unresolved feelings in relationality to where you aspired them to versus where you're actually finding them. And I keep on hearing energy that flourishes is energy that nourishes, right? Energy that flourishes is energy that nourishes, which says it flourishes the entire time. It doesn't, you don't try to create a flourish moment at the time by which another person says they're leaving due to a lack of nourishment, is what I keep on hearing. Because often the space by which, like I can almost see you saying like almost letting it be a learning experience to another and saying to them like this is exact, like somebody, you being like you going through something like that and then something only being offered to you at the moment by which it felt like they had no other choice, you being like exactly, like you know what I mean, like don't let it, I keep wondering, don't let it feel like, don't let it feel like, don't let it, if it feels unfair, it is, right? Is what I keep on hearing. If it feels unfair, it is. And the ability of understanding that the quality or nature of change should not require your departure in order for change to occur. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical.
Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, I'm just going to take a moment and read over. I'm trying. It seems about work. Yeah, gifts may be a new project. Yeah, gifts should not be bargaining chips. Yeah, make sure to get some rest, Bridget. I hope you feel better soon. I kid you not, I was dreaming last week about sending you a white healing heart. That's so beautiful. I feel more emotional lately in all aspects of my life. I don't know if that's the healing, though. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm hoping to move into better, peaceful. I feel like I see, like, that's what I keep on hearing. Like, I see that happening for you, right? And I keep on hearing, like, the space by which another person offers to change something as they see you, finding that is not the condition by which they're going to give it to you. Thank you as well, Atomic. Yeah, by the end of that reading, it resonates more with my current work environment. Like, that's the thing about it. Like, this is saying to me, like, that manifestation goal that you're working towards, it's coming towards you. And if it's not coming in the direction that you expected, that's not due to a lack of desire to want it to. It's working. I keep wondering, it's working through. I keep wondering, like, you're moving towards a manifestation, like, in terms of understanding what another person needs to give you in order to energetically flourish, right? Not the space by which another person tries to articulate and say, "Oh, I didn't realize it was that severe," or "I didn't realize I didn't hear you properly," right? Don't let that change your direction. You're so welcome, dear. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? I believe we're doing a dream interpretation. I think it's already up on the disco. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And before we continue right now, I'm just going to take a minute and thank you again, Kath, for having that reading with me. Yep. Kay, I'll add you on the list as well. Good to see you today, dear. Hope you're doing well. And we've got 4 more spots available today before the list will be closed. You're so welcome. And my friends, we're also at 92.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. Excellent. Oh, that's really kind of you. Are you on a time crunch right now, Kay? Because Per's volunteering. Yeah, Per's volunteering to switch spots with you if you are. So just let us know. And thank you as well for being in my fan club for 3 months. Adam, I appreciate you. Oh, that's wonderful. I really appreciate that, Per. Okay, so Kay, you will be next. And then Per, I'll have you'll be after Laurel. Thank you, dear. I really appreciate how this how we look out for each other here. Thank you, guys. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. Okay. And so I'm going to reread the list now for anybody who, oh, you're so welcome, Blue. So the current list we have for anybody waiting is we're doing Kay Megan is next, and then Lexi, and then Laurel, and then Per. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, we've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. And before we get started, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We got the fox. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Kay here. Guys, make sure to give Kay some love. And just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have, hold on a minute. If you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include that in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Okay. All right, we're doing outside tea, another reading on a particular energy. I'm curious and would like to dive into why they are so committed to the role of protector and if it's especially directed towards feminine energy. Did something in their life make them this way, or is it just who they are? And what about me has brought this out of him especially? If it's anything me or another individual said or did, or something that they noticed, or just my nature in general. Thank you. I got you, dear. All right, can I get 4 cards, please? Four cards. And 2. And 1 more, please. So I feel like the first thing I want to say is, and it's interesting too, because I'm almost picking up something in relationality to how they feel about you that is, like, it feels very energetically unique towards you. And I feel like the thing I'm identifying, I feel like it has something to do with a conversation. That, like, having conversations with you, the way that you see things, the way that you go about the world, you know. um I feel like I'm not sure what you told them, or I don't know, like, I'm not sure how, like, what you effectively shared between you, but it's interesting too, because I feel like it's almost somebody who thought they had
Like it almost feels like somebody who thought they had the wrong impression of you, you know? Like there's something important that I'm identifying here about someone going through a process by which I think they like it's almost like they saw the misconceptions of you that they brought to a situation go away in the context of speaking with you. You know, like that's the thing that I keep on seeing. That like that's where some of that protectiveness is, right? Like and remember, and I want to stress this. Remember how I said that you like it's giving me the type of energy by which you feel like you have to constantly remind someone that you're older than them, right? It says to me, and this is what I meant, because it feels to me that there's a bit of there's an old soul energy in them, right? And when somebody's younger, right? Like when someone's younger than us, but they've got that old soul energy in them, it often can be the space of saying like I need to be convinced to a certain extent because I see somebody who's gone through a lot of trauma, right? I've seen somebody who has gone through a lot of things, even if they're very young. I can almost see the fact that they've been through the ringer to a certain extent. Um, and that's why I keep on getting that the space by which they've met you and they haven't met anyone like you before. It says to me it has something to do with I keep on hearing like your kindness or your compassion to things, right? And that's why I feel like and that's why I see somebody who's like in a way kind of going energetically haywire because I feel like I see somebody who doesn't they don't want to hurt you more, right? Like I literally see somebody who's like trying to wrestle with how they feel about you versus also not wanting to be like a healthy source, like a source of positivity in your own life. And that's why I keep on hearing somebody, like when I'm reading for somebody, I almost feel like I keep on hearing if circumstances were different, you know? Like I keep on seeing somebody say like it's not you, it's the circumstances. It's not you, it's the circumstances. It's the messy, I keep hearing it's the messy circumstances of another person kind of going through. I keep wondering like they're going through all the ways that something could go wrong instead of going right. Right? Like that's what I keep on seeing. It's like I just keep on seeing a situation by which another person looks at what's happening or evolving between you and them. And they're just going through every time they see you, they're just going through every way that it could possibly go wrong, right? Because they care about you so much that they only want to be a force of good in your life, right? So that's what I like. That's why I feel like there's, and the funny part is like, because they think about like that about you, they're probably the perfect person for you, right? Because they're literally in a space by which they would never want to do something to hurt you, but it's just given the circumstances that they are as they are. Like I literally keep on seeing somebody that keeps on looking at the circumstances and saying it's too great a risk, right? Like they don't want to risk creating a situation that would somehow cause, like I keep wondering, they don't want to create a situation that would cause you strife, is what I keep on getting. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the thing about it too, like I know, and the funny part is like I literally see you saying to somebody, right? Like I literally see you saying to somebody, right? Like
that you can make your own decisions, right? Like you're in the space by which you're trying to articulate to them that, like, it's not this, like, because you're the same way, right? Like, I feel like you're very much in the same energy that they are, which just says you would never dare or dream to want to create a space by which something becomes harder. But I keep on hearing it has to do, I keep on hearing something about the circumstances that you're in doesn't allow for the carelessness, right? I keep hearing it doesn't allow for the carelessness that, like, it wouldn't allow for the carelessness that one would typically be able to energetically bring into a relationship, right? Like, I keep on hearing somebody say, like, in their head, like relationships, even when they're best, relationships are messy, right? Like, that's the whole part about it, right? I literally, like, even at their best, like, that's the thing about it. Even at their best, like, relationships are messy business, right? Like, even with, like, the best intentions, relationships can become messy places. So I feel like this is the space by which you are also, right? Like, you're also in that space. And I think that it's hard because I basically, when I read for you, I've got two energies that effectively care about each other tremendously, and they would never want to do anything that would put that would cause difficulty to one another. But I keep hearing the circumstances that you're both within, like, almost create the space by which it feels energetically impossible, right? I keep wondering, it's not you, it's the circumstances, because they're creating, right? It's like I keep on hearing, it's like there's energy around you to take care of in the process, right? It's like I keep on seeing you're in a situation where it's like it's not just you and them, it's you and them, and I keep wondering, it's you and them and the audience, right? It's you and them and the audience of everyone around you, in the context of trying to get to know one another, right? That's creating, like, it's creating a lot of that hyper focus, or a lot of, I keep wondering, the word I keep on hearing is hyper vigilant, right? It's like it's just like I keep on seeing, it's like it's like it's working through that. And so I feel like that's what's hard about it, because I feel like it's them, like, I keep on, it's almost like them wanting to protect you from the rumor mill, if that makes sense. Like, they're not just thinking about you and them. They're thinking about, I feel like they're thinking about the rumor mill that they have to contend with in the space by which something were to have energetically evolved between you. Right? So I feel like it's heavy because it has nothing to do with the intensity of how they feel about you, but it's like it's override. It's like the desire to protect you, it is the space by which they feel like they don't have control over the rumor mill that would have evolved if they tried to come towards you, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 99.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. They deeply care about you, though. That is very clear. Yep. Oh, welcome, Nikki. Good to see you. We were looking for you. The list right now, Kelly, I've got you on the list, so I'll read the list for anybody waiting. The list we have right now is Lexi, Laurel, Per, and Kelly. And we've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. You're welcome. Yep, thank you. I got you on the list. That makes sense. Yes, exactly. The opposite of people from the past who jump to take advantage. It's tricky. It's hard to tell what direction will go in. Sending you support, it makes sense. Yeah, it's chaotic enough. Yeah, and it's only said the only ones he trusts to run it. Yeah, hold on, just reading over. He tells me, he's always telling me all the rumors. In a way, he's looking out for me. Right there you go. You're so welcome, dear. Every time I get a reading on him, oh my God. Sending you so much support, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is Lexi. Lexi, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Before we continue, though, I need to step away. So I'm going to step away, and then when I come back, we'll continue with the readings. So I'll be right back. All right, let's continue. Where were we? All right, and the next person we are reading for today, and oh, we got to 100K. Wonderful. Lexi, it's a different Lexi. It's. I know, I understand. It's a Lexi. Lexi is over on the place where we keep the videos. But I appreciate your honesty, Lexi. All right, let's continue right now. Yep. Just bear with me a moment. Excellent. All right, and just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you are on the other apps and would also like to get on the list, you can do so via our tree that is Binks in it in my bio. And the next person we are reading for today, it sounds like to me we were doing, Lexi, I know you said that you wanted to do a mediumship reading. Is there an individual by which you were hoping to connect? And as we wait, as I wait for information and relationality to the reading, just let me know which type of reading you would like, dear. We are going to do the 100K giveaway. Oh, it jumped a bit? Okay, Kay, I'll go back and double check where it jumped. No, it didn't. Okay, good. I'm glad it didn't jump. Okay, good. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. So we've got to 100K, and we're going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 29. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in different orders than you guys see them. Christine, congratulations. And we will do that again when we get to 150K. So that reading, Christine Johnso, will be available to you starting tomorrow. Thank you so much and congratulations. All right, let's get to it. There's a few. I was going to say there's a few. Yeah. I was going to say, did you want me to, did you have a specific person or did you just want to see who came through? I got you. I understand, dear. Okay. And as I mentioned, if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the air dragon. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Three cards, please. There's 2 people coming through. You know, it's interesting because I've got 2 individuals coming through, and I mean, if they weren't related, you would be surprised that there weren't. You know, I'm getting here almost like the space by which another person would often confuse them to be related. Is what I'm getting. Or somebody like, or somebody like working, like there's 2 energies, and they're working through the space by which they were often like others would be confused in relationality to who, like, which one they were. It feels like a childhood connection. It feels strongly related to childhood. And it's interesting too, because I mean, they're relating to me the fact that they shared a childhood together. But like the one thing I'm also like, hold on, I need to set this up. So I keep on, somebody's like, they're articulating upon the fact that they would often, they bore a striking resemblance to someone, and that others were perpetually, like, perpetually bringing it up. The thing about it though is it does feel, it does feel like someone who potentially passed away very young. Like the word that's coming through is premature. Is all I keep on hearing. And it's interesting because they're articulating that others saw it that way. They didn't see it that way. I'm hearing someone articulating upon the fact that they felt that they'd had enough. And I want to describe, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing that they're saying that they had an incredibly rough but wonderful childhood. I just keep on hearing the same thing. I keep on hearing rough but wonderful. And the way I keep on getting, the way that they're articulating rough but wonderful is the fact that they were in some kind of situation by which they had to grow up very fast, is what I keep on getting. And it's like, it's giving me the type of energy where it's like they're articulating that, like you had to, right? Like rough but wonderful. But and that's to say that it wasn't all negative. Like I almost see somebody who was doing, like, who had a tendency, right? Like, if something was good, they were like, how can we make this even better, right? Because I feel like in a way they saw the joy that they were creating as a balancing act to try to like counteract what was like a lot of stuff that they didn't want to talk about was happening. And I feel like they're saying you knew, like you knew, you knew it too, but you were just always better. You were better at you were better about talking about getting away from something, is what I keep on seeing. Like you were the, like they're saying to me, you were the one that was always good at saying, like, I'm not staying here. And they, I feel like to a certain extent they believed, like they knew that, right? I keep on hearing, like, they saw the fact that you had that quality, right? Um they but this is why I keep on seeing this. This is the type of energy that would never turn their back on someone that they cared about, right? And I feel like that's, remember when I said that I see somebody with somebody now, you know? I keep on hearing that, it's interesting too, because I don't think that this energy was young enough to have children, but I keep on seeing somebody who saw their friends as their children, if that makes sense, you know? Like, I don't know if you were having conversations between you and them in terms of, like, looking out for others, but I almost feel like I hear somebody being, like, saying to you, like, "No, you should go." Like, they weren't going anywhere, but I think that you understood the fact that they said, like, they felt very, I need to stress this, they're on the other side, they're saying that they had a very short but wonderful existence, but they were also feeling like they're very strong with their choices. Like, they're saying, I would not have had it any other way. And I would not be surprised if something happened in relationality to them, like looking out for someone or protecting someone, you know? Like, and it does, I don't know why, but it feels like again, it's not, and that's why I said, like, um, it's not the fact by which they're articulating that, like, they're not saying that they had children, but they're saying, like, they're saying that the space by which they looked out to someone, they would protect someone like they were their child, right? Like, that's how much some kind of sense of that's how much some kind of sense of, like, like, caring that this person had, in relationality to looking out for someone, and they're still doing it. Like, that's the thing that they keep on saying to me. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. It feels like this energy moves straight into being someone's terrestrial guardian, into being their angelic guardian. Like, I keep on hearing them say, I still look out for that person. And I feel like you sense, like, you sense their, you sense their presence. And I keep on hearing they're saying you sense their presence when you're driving, because there is some kind of association with a vehicle that I keep on getting, in terms of them talking about a car ride or a conversation that they had with you in a car, and, like, them trying to say, like, I don't know why they're saying, like, they had a conversation with you in the car by which they said, like, you got to get out of here. Like, I don't know why they were saying, like, I feel like they were like it wasn't the type of conversation that they would typically have. I keep on getting, they're saying it was a brief moment. Like, it's funny because they're saying they were having a sobering conversation in what was potentially not a very sober, like, it's like, I feel like I see somebody, like, trying to talk to you and saying, like, they had some kind of gift of sight, and they're like, this is, I feel like them saying, like, this is going to be a small moment in a long life for you, Like, I feel like they tried to kept on articulating the fact that they knew that that wasn't going to be the case for them. But they also, I feel like I keep on hearing them say um, I just keep on hearing they wouldn't have had it any other way. You know, they're describing the fact, like that's what I kept on hearing them say. They said a rough but wonderful life, which is them, like I feel like they felt that sense of not wanting to miss out on anything, which is why I keep on hearing, which is why they used to push the envelope on things so much. Which is like I keep on hearing, like they're going, you know what I mean? Like they're recognizing the fact that they're recognizing the fact that that was the case too. I don't know if there was something about their passing, like I don't, it feels like I don't know if there was something about their passing in terms of them identifying like the fact that they had, I feel like they had some kind of tendency to go energetically overboard on things, is what I keep on getting. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information on this. You know, there's something coming through. I have to just bring it up. There's something coming through in the context of a connection to this person, and potentially someone being blamed, right? Like it's giving me some kind of space by which, like, somebody working through the context of blame. And I keep on hearing them say nobody ever told them to do anything. Like there's not, I keep on hearing this person was like notorious for like not, when they decided something, they energetically decided something. And I feel like it has to do, right? Like I feel like it has to do with them very much being in the role of protector. You know, like and I feel like it's hard too because I don't know, it feels like there might be somebody in the terrestrial that's still like I've got this finger pointing, right? And I keep on hearing them say like that finger pointing is like a weapon, right? And when you and that I keep on hearing that's what started with them. Like they pointed their finger at them at one point, and they never forgave themselves for what they had their finger pointed at. And I feel like they keep on hearing like they don't want that to continue, right? Like it's the finger point. I keep hearing it's nothing hurt. The only thing that hurt them was the finger pointing, right? So if there's somebody, I feel like if there's somebody around this person that likes to point their finger and blame another person for their choices, I keep on hearing them say like they're pointing, they're like, you know, it's the same energy. Like I keep on hearing some energy likes to point the finger because they're saying like I wish they would still keep the finger at me because I could never get off the hook with them when I was alive. Like hearing them say everything was my fault. I keep on hearing literally someone say everything was my fault when I was alive, and now somebody blames someone else for me not being there because they don't want to point the finger back at themselves, right? Like when they realize that now, and they wish that they hadn't taken that so seriously because I feel like there's actually been something healing for them on the other side to see how quickly someone who constantly blamed them for all of the pain in their life immediately then said that the pain sprung from them departing and now tries to like look for someone to recreate the unhealthy connection that they had in being able to always look for somebody to blame instead of navigating through the grief. Like it's almost like their passing gave them a deeper understanding in relationality to the healing that they were trying to work through. It's interesting. Sometimes karmic connections like that reach resolution points when we cross over because they can see it now, right? They can see the fact that that's continuing. And don't let, I keep wondering if that is something related to you, don't let it affect you either, right? They keep on saying like they care, like they're still protecting everybody, and they still, but they're saying like don't let, like don't let that person's fever drag you down, is what I keep on seeing, because I feel like it's like them still not working through, they're not ready to work through their own responsibility in it, is what I keep on getting, you know. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, and if this message connected to you as well, and thank you for confirming that you know what I'm talking about.
And thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the next person on the list for today is Laurel. Laurel, if you're here, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Lexus. Like that is effectively what they were articulating. Like they keep on saying it was nobody was at fault but themselves. So continue. I hope this helps you heal. All right, we're going to continue right now. And thank you, Kath, for getting on the list. We've got 1 more spot today before the list will be closed. And for anybody, yep. And yes, I've got you on the list, dear. Excellent. All right, the next person, I'm still looking, second call for, I got you, Laurel. We're doing a pet reading. I got you, dear. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. We'll do that again after we do the next reading. Thank you so much. And we're doing a pet reading right now. Let me just pin them up here. Guys, make sure to give Laurel some love. All right. 3 cards, please. Are you sure this is for 1 pet or 2? Because it feels to me like the pet's got beef with somebody. Hold on. You know, it's interesting because I wanted this is giving to me I'm getting a lot of irritability, you know, but it feels it feels directed to someone. I keep on hearing them say, I don't know if they look like a toy or someone who treats them like they're not they don't they don't like to they're not I keep on getting they like to they like to be I keep on hearing they don't like to be handled a lot. It's not that they don't like to be handled a lot, but the space, it's a very I'll put it this way, it's a very childhood quality to see a pet and be like, I want to hold it. You know what I mean? And often you'll notice this, that the energy that by which a pet feels most safe is the energy that says I'm really not inclined to hold you. And that's why the pet then goes that's why I would like to come up to you. Because I feel like it's somebody they like to work on they don't it's they like pushing buttons. Okay. I
don't know if this pet is a Sag, but it's like, oh, you don't like a hug, you get a hug. You know what I mean? Like, it's that type of energy. It's that type of energy, which is like literally like, oh, if anybody wants to hold them, no. Oh, you don't want to hold me? Now you have to. It's like that is what I keep on getting. Right? It's like it's working into I think that in a way, this energy is very like they're very protective of you, and I feel like in a way they're helping you, like it's like they're a healer and they're here to help you with your confidence, you know? And the thing is, and they keep on hearing confidence. Confident, it's interesting too because they're talking a lot. Confidence is competent and it's not everybody's cup of tea. Confidence is competent and it's not everybody's cup of tea, right? Which is like, oh, look, I see them being like, oh, look, they don't like you anymore. Why? Did you get confident? Oh, they don't like that. Yeah, it's not everybody's cup of tea. They're sassy. They're like, yeah, it's not everybody's cup of tea seeing you do something so confidently is what I keep on seeing. And I think that I think it's interesting too because like I feel like you've got a lot of I feel like you've got a lot of worry energy around you, you know? Like someone who tries to bring their worries towards you. And I keep on seeing like and I want to point like so it's interesting too because and it's funny because the pet's talking about um what we do with worry, right? Which is when we energetically worry, right? Like when we worry, we work to curb the worrying within us, right? And why do I keep on hearing this? So we work to curb the worrying within us because we don't like it's not the space by which we worry, but the space by which we articulate upon when we curb the worry within us when we understand that our care makes us worry about things, right? And this is with a problem though, because this is why I keep on hearing they're just defining themselves as a healer, because healers understand what the word worrywart means, right? And that's the thing about it, which is like the thing about warts is that they're catchy. You ever notice about worry? Like one person worries about something ridiculous and you weren't even thinking about it. Like that wasn't even on your radar. And then the next thing you know, and next thing you know, you're like, oh man, like, you know what I mean? It's awful catchy. It's awful catchy. The case of the worries is what I keep on seeing, and that's the hard part, right? And that's the hard part with those that like aren't conscientious with their worrying, right? Like it's not the fact that somebody doesn't care, but it's like it doesn't help, even if they mean for it to help. So I think it's interesting because I would be very curious if this is a pet that literally does not go near anybody, like literally doesn't go near anybody until somebody who worries shows up, and the next thing you know, the animal is like they're trying to get close to them is what I keep on seeing. Because it's saying to me like they're almost saying like I'll give you some like it's like it's saying to me like that their anxiety, like they realize that their anxiety, um like even if it's not intentional, like this is what we mean about sometimes anxiety feels like it's energetically contagious, right? Like it's the work by which we understand that we energetically work, and I feel like you know this, and I wouldn't be surprised if this pet entered your experience as you yourself were trying to like get yourself in a better headspace, which is why like even in the space by which I don't know if you just went on a trip with them, right? Like there's something about them being like I feel like they very much like being outdoors. They're like, that was nice, wasn't it? Because, and I think that I keep on hearing, it's not just the fact that they thought that it was nice. I think that they thought that it was nice for you too, right? Like, I don't know why I keep on hearing, like, it's good to clear your head, right? And I keep on hearing, like, I feel like if you've noticed, right, like they're very attenuated to where you are. If you're also noticing the fact that, like, if you're noticing the fact that they themselves are a bit, um, I just keep on saying, if you're noticing the fact that the energy themselves, like they've been a little bit, um, like, low, I don't think it's not because, like, it's almost saying to me, it's not because they're, I mean, like they missed, they miss it already. But I also think that you miss it already too, right? I feel like it's almost them trying to communicate, say we should do that more. Like they're saying like we should do that, or how can we, like how can we bring that into our experience in a way, right? That like I don't know if like I don't know if I don't know why, like I don't know if you've been thinking about moving recently, or if you've been like, yeah, like especially with this like especially with this 10 of Pentacles, um it's not, here's the thing, it's not the place they miss. I keep on hearing they are very invested in your happiness. And so I see them, like I almost see them appreciating or feeling excited in relationality to some kind of joy, right? The happiest that they ever see you, right? And so I almost see them kind of working through and saying like, how can we have more of that every day, right? Like, and I keep on hearing like the space by which you the space by which you work to like the I don't know why, do you work with a, do you do a lot of work like with a lot of people? Because I keep on getting the fact that they're often like they're often like you're the only person, like they often work to energetically cleanse you of others' energy. And I think that you kind of recognize that too. Like I've got them kind of in that space. So make sure, I keep wondering, make sure that you're giving yourself time to ground yourself is what I keep on seeing. Because like I keep on hearing like they're articulating upon the importance of the work that you do, but I keep hearing not allowing the importance of the work to make you forget, like you also need to be taken care of, right? Is what I keep on hearing. Like you need that care too. Is the major message is coming through. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are at, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go ahead and read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, you're so welcome, Laurel. I'm going to read over your comments now. Hold on a minute. Okay. Oh, and that's sweet. That's so cool. You go camping with them. Oh, hold on a minute. Yeah, she was happy on our camping road trip. And well, did you see, well, no, did you see these cards, right? Like, that's like, that is literally like camping road trip right there. That's so funny. Yeah. And then that she doesn't seem happy, right? Okay, hold on a minute. Yeah, mom energy. Yeah, we came back, and okay, so not happy at all of a sudden. She wants her space. Yeah, she hates being held. Yeah, thank you for, no, I wasn't calling you a child per. I want to squeeze back. I mean, listen, it is, I like to point out, like, I need to point this out. It's a very Aries tendency to be like, I want to, like, can I pet that? Like, I want to touch it. It's like, it's like the toddler energy, right? Like, like that.
Oh, yeah, she's very protective. Oh, they like helping you with your confidence, and they're not happy when you're around. Okay, so thank you for confirming because of the worry, right? It's like, and I keep wondering, it's not the fact that they mean to like erode your confidence with it, but and here's the thing about it, like worry is contagious, right? Yeah, exactly. It's hard. Yeah, we just got back from camping. We both love camping together, and we aren't thrilled to be back. And okay, you're so on point. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, planning on moving. Oh, you are planning on moving to a rural area where we're always outdoors. Again, okay, so this is all good. So this is all in alignment with what we were seeing. And you're a tarot reader. Amazing. Guys, make sure to give Laurel some love. Readers supporting readers. Lots of, no, that's perfect. Are you kidding? That's perfect for you guys. That's wonderful. I love it. Yes, absolutely. So on point. You're so, oh, and they're like the Aries. Okay, thank you. The Aries energy, right? Like, yeah, it's just it's like, it's a lot of that. Thank you for confirming, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is and just a reminder, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, we've got one spot available before the list will be closed. I'm going to take a moment to read over. We're doing a dream interpretation. Excellent, and we're back, which means we have the coconut. You're so welcome, Laurel, and thank you again for. I always consider it a very high honor when readers ask me to read for them. So thank you. And again, and guys, make sure to give Laurel some love. Readers supporting readers hashtag. All right, we're going to continue right now. Before we do, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the crane. All right, we'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Per here. Guys, make sure to give Per some love. And it is outside tea, but you know what it means when we have the dream. I got the dream coconut. All right, let's get to it. And just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list for a dream, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. All right, let's get to it. First things first. Dream interpretation. Outside tea. Fragments. First fragment. Before I fell asleep, I saw this super detailed drawing of a game. It was all in yellow and brown tones, probably because it looked really old. It showed a roulette, like in a casino, and underneath it was written, "The now mortal." The letters started floating and then quickly disappeared, and I opened my eyes again. In French, mortel means mortal, deadly, fatal. In everyday language, it can also mean boring or mind-numbing. In Dutch, mortal just means mortar, cement mix. Second fragment. Right before I woke up this morning, I had another dream. I was looking in the mirror and I couldn't see my eyelids. A great amount of my brow arch was missing as well. My eyes were just wide open, with my eyebrows right above them. In the dream, I was thinking, man, I am getting old. I don't know if it's in any way relevant, but the day before these dreams, I was thinking about how several of my friends are moving abroad this year, and others are thinking about moving. I felt a bit sad about this. It's a little tricky for me to give them very neutral and pure advice by telling them not to rush into it, because honestly, I also kind of want them to stay nearby as long as possible.
4 cards. So we need to go back to the first part of the dream. It's interesting that you articulated that in the beginning of the dream, you said that you saw a game, right? And you said it was in yellow and brown tones, probably because it looked really old. And it showed a roulette. And I'm assuming you meant that it was showing a roulette wheel, much like in a casino. And it said the now mortal, right? Now, I think it's interesting because even in the space by which you were working through all the different ways that you could read that, right? I just want to I just want to bring out that there's another one that you missed, okay? Which is, and I appreciate, because I appreciate the fact that you already did your research on the dream to a certain extent, and you looked at the identification about mortal meaning deadly, right, or fatal. Not necessary. I mean, here's the thing about it, right? Mortal, it means like it's not something that's permanent, right? Um, and in everyday language, you said it can mean boring or mind numbing, right? But then in Dutch, you articulated that mortar or cement mix. Um, but there's also another thing to consider about this, right? Which is mortal could just mean the self, right? The current self, right? There's two different there's two different interpretations I feel like you miss. You miss the now mortal, right? Which is the identification of saying this is who you are at this moment, right? This is the identification of understanding the presence of the self, right? The now mortal, right? Like the now mortal, like hello, like this is the moment by which you navigate the observation of the self, right? But it's also the space by which you recognize and identify, right? And I like to point this out, the now more tell, right? It's very interesting. It's very interesting that that the way that you spelled mortal was not the way that we would typically spell mortal in Western vernacular, which would be mortal. But you spelt it in, again, the French, right? The deeper derivation of mortel, which brings into the origin of, again, like you said, the mortar, the firmament, right? Something that is necessary, right? But also recognizing the present state of self, which is fleeting, right? Which is why mortel, right? Why in French and mortel it says that it's something that it does not remain, right? So even in this, and I need to stress this again, in dreams, we're not supposed to be able to read. You've got a quality by which you're able to often find a lot of things to read in your dream space, which could give indications of the fact that these are messages from the guides. So when you break it down, it's not only saying the now mortel, which is the now mortal, like the person that you are at this moment, but also the now mortel. Tell me more about that. How does that make you feel? Right? How does that make you feel? How are you feeling right now? Right? And it's interesting because when we think about the context of that, the now mortel, right? You identified the fact that you said, right? And I want to point this out. We're going to start from the end
We're going to start from the end of the dream, right? And we're going to get back towards it. So when we think about the context of that, that's how the guides are seeing a modality. But then we see the context of the self, right? What do we see in the context of the self in the second fragment, right? You see yourself looking in the mirror and you can't see your eyelids, right? You said a great amount of your brow arch was missing as well. Your eyes were just wide open with your eyebrows right about them. You can't avoid things. You're not the type of person, right? You know this about yourself. You can't look away from things, right? So let's think about that in the context of what the guides are giving you versus the present situation. You said that you've had several of your friends articulating that they're moving, right? And others are thinking about it. And you said you felt a bit sad about it. But you said it's difficult because they're asking you, right? It's tricky for you because you said it's hard for you to give neutral and pure advice, right? Because honestly, I also kind of want them to stay as long as possible. But this is why, right? This is what's so beautiful about you, right? That's why, like, it's the space by which you would never give someone, advice that would just benefit the self, right? Like, that is effectively what we see is occurring in the space by which you were perceiving yourself like that, right? The observation of seeing something and saying that like the identification of seeing the quality of yourself, right? Without eyelids is the gift of sight that you give others, which is energy that trusts you, right? How valuable your insight is because you never slight it, right? You never slight it. You never avoid something because it would benefit you, right? You articulate the fact that you get it. So that's what we see that's potentially happening in the context of recognizing, right? The clear insight, the gift that you bring to things because you don't slight them, right? You don't do something just for the pure benefit of the self, while, right, at the same time, working into the context of being able to define and recognize, right? Define and recognize the how the guides, right? How the guides effectively see things, right? Which is often working through, and the fact that you identified the fact that you identified that roulette wheel is working through, right? The uncertainty of things, right? And that's the hard part about it, right? Like and even in the space by which you said the now more tell, right? Which is the observation of working through what does one do when things are uncertain, right? Does one move or does one remain? Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly with the star card, right? Particularly with the star card in its reversal, right? This is potentially working through, like it's working through the perception and the uncertainty that potentially is created within you as you see energy making choices around the self, right? And so that is also moments that feel like they're very difficult because it's the observation of the fact that others decisions influence our own, right? So it's the observation, and that's why you said that you saw yourself without the eyelids, right? Because you're asking yourself, right? You're asking yourself how that impacts you and how you perceive that, right? The question is, right, and I know it's like the question on the wall on this, right, is what is the right thing to do? Right? Like that is the hard thing, right? It's hard to be able to determine that. And that's why we see, like, that's why you effectively identified, right? Like working through those experiences is how you're effectively processing it, right? You're working through the grief of recognizing others' choices, but also
bringing through the choice by which it effectively makes you face in relationality to how you choose to where you choose to be, or how you choose to effectively navigate circumstances, right? It's like it's the introduction of the conversation brought upon by others' energetic choices. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is now closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You also have privilege in reading. If you get on the list today, you'll be read for before we start the daily collective tomorrow. And the next person that we are reading for today is going to be Kelly. Kelly, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And for anybody who's remaining or staying here for one card readings, we've got four more. We've got four more to do, and then we'll get to the one cards. Great. How you doing today, Alexandra? And Law, thank you for the follow. Good to see you, Masa. Excellent. Yes. Thank you as well for the follow, Chevy. I spelled it like I saw it. That is also very true. And I'll always support those decisions anyway. Exactly. If they are the same manifestation goals. You're so welcome, Per. I'll read the list right now. I've got Kelly, Brooke, Kath, and Chevy on the list today. Perfect. And the next person on the list today is Kelly. Kelly, if you're here, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as I mentioned, the list is closed. But if anybody wants to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be able to get on today and you'll have privilege for tomorrow. Got it. No problem. Good to see you, Alexandra. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Oh, I'm so glad, dear. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Looking forward to our reading. Got you. All right, we're doing a career reading for Kelly. I'm going to, before we get started, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Raven. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Excellent. All right. And looks like we're doing career reading for Kelly. Let me just pin you up here. Perfect. All right. Oh, you've already got a bunch of cards coming out here. And 2 more. One more. Perfect. Oh yeah, it does look like a big change. But I mean, it feels like a big change in relationality to like it feels like it feels like you trying to do something in a way that feels like it's being able to help another is what I keep on seeing. You know? And it almost feels like something that you used to do, something that you're returning back to is what I keep on getting. You know, I have to, you know, I need to describe, like, it's interesting because
when we talk about there's a season for everything, it almost feels like, I feel like this is you returning to something that feels like it's grassroots, or it feels like I want to describe, there's a big difference between having to go through experiences by which we feel like we have to prove to ourselves that we can do something, versus the space by which we go back to something that we always loved doing because we felt like it helped in some way. You know what I mean? And I feel like I would be very curious to know if you had a Saturn return recently, because I often see energy shifting in this way when they're going through a Saturn return. And I would also be curious, like, you are not someone that rests on a decision. Like when you're done with something, you're done. Like when you're done with something, I can see you being like, I am done. Right. And I think it's interesting too, because like I want to describe where most individuals are like, oh good, I don't need to like I literally see a situation. Like I see a situation where most people are like, oh good, I don't have to prove to myself I don't have to prove anything. I often see this with someone who carries like Aries placements, like, oh good, I don't have to work for anymore. Right? Aries energy being like, I'm so bored right now. I'm gonna like there are some signs that could not coast if you gave them a surfboard. They could not coast if you gave them a surfboard and the smoothest thing ever, because they'd be like, well, why would I want to do that? Like that just, I mean, yeah, but it's not. And I think that this is the important thing. What you're not changing. You want to be in places by which you feel like you're on the side of positive change, right? And I think that that's important to notate, because I almost see you having a conversation with someone and saying like when you talk to them, and like I'm like, what came first? Are you leaving or was it the change? Right? The observation, right? The observation of something that feels like it's helping versus something that feels like it's not helping anymore. And I keep on, I feel like there's almost like, I feel like there was something that happened, like some conversation you had with someone, and being like, how can you look at things that way? You know? Like I got to tell you, like once you, I wouldn't be surprised too if you got some Leo placements, because here's the thing about it, like Leo energy, like when Leo energy sees the ugly side of someone, Leo energy is gone. Like Leo energy cannot, Leo energy cannot navigate like seeing the ugly side of someone, because it's about, I keep on hearing, and I think that the important thing I see is like a lot of the work that you do that is based upon doing something that creates dignity is what I keep on hearing. And dignity, like I keep on getting, dignity is important, because dignity is the space by which, I keep on hearing, there isn't a big difference between what you were doing now and before, because it's about, I keep hearing, giving someone more choices, not less, right? Like, I think that I feel like there's something important about that, because I see you, like I almost see some energy around you saying that it's a whiplash moment, like surprise. And I almost see other energy going, no, it's a logical next step. You know, like the difference between a whiplash moment and a logical next step is the observation of being able to articulate and amplify, right? The space by which we effectively work towards things, but not just the space by which we work towards them, but the space by which we're able to identify and recognize why they're energetically important to us. And so I feel like I see some kind of situation by which you're like, I keep on hearing like you're helping another understand that, like you're helping another work towards it. So continue, like, I feel like the important thing too is, and I think that this is really significant as well. Um, you know, there's something to be amplified and articulated as it relates to um, how we define something is helping. And so I see you being able to articulate to another. Like, I feel like the hard part about some of the work that you're doing right now is telling others, um, like, is helping others navigate what that change looks like, or you being able to articulate it in such a way that it helps another person understand. And I want to stress this, I feel like there's going to be some energy around you, right? There's potentially going to be some energy around you that is working through something. And I think that you just have to prepare this, like the space by which they might not energetically trust your decision, right? Like working through the space by which another person says, like, why would you walk away from something? Um, you don't need you don't owe, and I keep hearing, you don't owe anybody an explanation for things, right? The observation of you being able to articulate to another um, what is important is the space by which you help them, right? The space by which you help them see um, what feels like you want to put your time towards effectively. And so I think that there's something, I feel like there's something very significant there, because I see you effectively facilitating upon things. I see you effectively working through things. I also feel like the hard part is um, like I feel like it's you having to work through others' harsh feelings, right? But that's what I keep on getting in terms of having to say to another person, um, like, your choices should not bring harsh feelings up in others. Because I feel like the hard part about it is, um, I don't know if there was energy, like, I don't know if there was, I feel like I feel like there's something about this you've been wanting to do for a while, but it's not, it's helping another person say that it's not immediate, or the space by which you can, I keep wondering, if somebody, if you're worried, if you're feeling like you're going to navigate others' harsh feelings, then you can act as mediator, right? Which is the space by which you can say to somebody, I'm not going to leave you. Like, I'm not going to leave you without knowing what to do. I'm going to be here to help mediate, right? I'm going to be here to help mediate that energetic work. I'm going to be here every step of the way. Um, Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, there's that Page of Wands, right? I feel like that, like, it does feel, right? And I want to describe this, like, the space by which another person depends on us, right, implicitly, is the space by which you can say to someone, I want to give you, like, I want to leave, like, you can, I keep wondering, you can empower as you depart, right? Which is the space by which you say, I'm not going to leave you in a space by which you're not prepared, right? I'm going to be here, but the space by which you can articulate and say, like, the role is changing, or something is changing, and being able to navigate the fact. I keep on hearing you say to someone, it doesn't need to be like a stop start situation, but the observation of what it is that you're doing, or what it is that you're working through, right? That allows the context of being able to be energetically adaptable as you continue to articulate the fact that that is, I keep on hearing, there, it's not just start stop, but saying, like, let's look at it like my role is changing, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow,
you will be the second person read for. You'll also have first privilege in being read for before we start the collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You saw I was way off. It's okay. That's why we do the intuition checks, right? Yep, absolutely. The list is closed today, Lucy, but if you want to get on tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. How you doing today, Rainbow? Yeah, I've been in the same field of work for over 20 years, and I'm going into something completely different. New career and helping others. I want to help people. Okay, yeah, that's I mean, I literally see something that's like I keep on hearing like it's navigating some energy that says it's going to feel like a whiplash moment versus other being like, no, that's a logical next step. Yeah, especially for those who are worried. Exactly. Yes, and once I make it, I'm my mind, I'm done. Well, that's the difference, right? Saying to someone, I'm not going anywhere. Let's talk about how we let's talk about how we change something. Yep. Thank you for also receiving this message, Rainbow. I hope you're well today. Have a great day, Per. Oh, yeah, I understand, Rainbow. Sending you support on that journey. And Ra, thank you for the follow. Yeah. But this is what, like, again, don't, like, the one thing, and I want to stress, especially because we're going through with this eclipse, if it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea on the other side of the eclipse process, right? Allowing it to be the context by which you're working through something that allows something to become greater. Yeah, I tried to leave since last year, kept getting drawn back in. Okay, I understand that because, okay, well, and this is why, like, again, potentially not having a guilt conversation, but talking about like the changing of the role in terms of recognizing the reality of the circumstances, right? And sending you so much support on that journey. All right, the next person that we're reading for today is Brooke. Brooke, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And reminder, we've got 3 more reads today before we'll be moving into the 1-card readings for superfans. So if you're waiting for that, just stick around. You're so welcome, dear. Excellent. All right, second call right now for Brooke. If Brooke is not here, then the next person we're reading for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. Hi, Kath. How are you doing today? And as we wait for Kath's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Let's see here. I see you, Kath. Do you have a specific question? I haven't seen it come through if it already came through. And just a reminder, friends, anybody who asks you to message them directly is not a legitimate reader. This is my only account. Got it. Let me just pin you up here. Guidance, recheck on, yeah, towards me. Yes, these are my friends who asked to read. Okay, I got you, dear. Can I please get 4 cards? I'll do 2 for each. Yep, I've got you on the list for tomorrow, dear. And for anybody who's waiting for their 1 cards, we've got 2 more readings before we get started on 1 cards. So well, I'm going to read upon them separately because I feel like there's two very different things going on. Um, um, I see one person um, completely like when I describe the fact that I see somebody working working through overwhelm, like they've got a lot on their plate, is what I keep on seeing. Like I literally see like, and the hard part about it is like I see somebody that is effectively, um, how do I describe this? Like they're trying to they're trying to like get through a mountain of work is what I literally see. Like I literally I see somebody like I see somebody with like a mountain of work. Okay. And I want to describe this. Like when somebody has like a mountain of work, you can't take anything personally, right? Like it's the observation. Like I literally like, but I often see like, um, this was the first energy that you articulated on. And because often and like and this is like I almost see somebody who is like working through or trying to work through hermit mode, but like everything I keep on seeing about this is it's almost like working into the space of being able to navigate, right? And I keep on seeing this like it's almost like it's like the energy that's like I want to describe it's like it's working through catching up. So if you haven't heard back from someone there, I would not take it personally, right? Like it is literally like and I'm not sure why. I don't know if they're helping someone out, but it feels a lot like that type of force where I literally see somebody who like I don't know why I keep on hearing like the words of blessing that they hear is when energy says, I don't take it personally, take all the time you need. Right? Like the observation of another person that if I keep on hearing if they're not getting back to you, it has nothing to do with the fact that like it's like it's they're not even prioritizing their own needs much as the needs around them. I just see that person that is just and I feel like a lot of it is building into some kind of a feeling of energetic effort. Now this brings us to the other individual. This person feels like they've got this swath of time on their hands, you know? Like, and sometimes when I see energy like this, like sometimes when I see energy like this, it can sometimes create volatility, right? Like this is the perfect environment where if one is not mindful of the other, right? Like one person that feels like they can't work fast enough and the other energy that feels like they've got nothing but time on their hands is what I keep on is what I keep on seeing. So I don't know if these energies are together or if there's something like that. But I would almost stress that um, like the best way, like you know, the best way to effectively the best way to effectively navigate like a situation like this, like especially like I don't know if you're trying to make plans with someone, or if you're trying to talk to someone about making plans, but um, I think that that yeah, like the thing that I think would be probably best if I were to see a situation like this is to, how do I describe this? It's helping another person identify what one can reason. I keep hearing like what one can like reasonably energetically expect is what I keep on seeing. Now I'm going to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, particularly, like, I want to stress this, particularly in relationality to the 6 of Pentacles energy that I keep on seeing in terms of working through things. Like, I don't know if you guys are trying to like make plans as a group, but you know, this I don't know, like, and I feel like this is the conversation that um like you almost need to logically have with someone, which is um I keep on hearing it's the difference between another person like being like the space by which another person is very busy versus the space by which another person, the way you can usually tell if someone's really busy is when you take all of the effort out of it, the yes becomes even more enthusiastic, right? I just keep on hearing this. The way you can tell that you're on the same page with another person in terms of them saying that they're busy versus truly busy is that when you make it as easy as possible, like for another person, then the sound that you should hear is the appreciation of the enthusiastic yes, because it's the energy that says I really appreciate, like, thank you for making it easier, like, thank you for going out of the way, thank you for doing that energetic effort, right? um but if it's coming into the space, right, if it comes into the space by which, like, you want to avoid the context which another person articulates that like they articulate that they're energetically busy, and then in the space by which they're busy, right, you're like, well, like, I've made it as easy as possible, right? And then at the I keep on hearing the energy that, right, I keep on hearing like the energy that pulls, that always has another reason, right? Like, that is what I keep on seeing. Like, the difference between always having another reason versus being able to articulate and identify what is reasonable. So I feel like don't get, and I want to stress this, remember we're going through an eclipse season. So a lot of feelings can come up. So if you're feeling energetically volatile about something, give give yourself the space of saying, like, allow the context of being able to move through the eclipse to be able to articulate how you're feeling. It might be a good time to write things down, right? Because, like, the one thing we want to recognize is, and we kind of see this with the eclipse cycles, something that would typically not bother us too much feels like, you're like, I can't take it anymore, right? And then often we recognize afterwards, like, oh, that was the eclipse, like something that wouldn't typically bother me, like creating a lot of volatility, right? Whereas what's beautiful about these processes is being able to be like, well, this is how it makes me feel, right? And being able to effectively articulate upon it. So I feel like the way to help heal this is saying, how can you utilize the eclipse process to articulate upon it as well as one can, right? Which is the ability to let it, like, let a frustration open the door and saying, what can we do going forward to avoid, right? What can we do going forward to avoid
those energetic circumstances even more, right? So there's a little bit of that type of energy that we're seeing there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. So again, don't get frustrated, get focused, right? Like identify exactly upon what would be better, right? I keep wondering, don't crash out, I keep wondering, don't crash out, compose that letter, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And for anybody who is waiting for one-card readings, we've got one more reading today before we'll be moving into one-card readings for superfans. Source, thank you for the follow, dear. Okay, one moment, please. Yes. And yes, I've got you on the list. I am a figment. Well, like I said, like the ability, again, the ability to effectively comport yourself more, say like, listen, I want you to understand why I made an energetic choice. Like that's what can be helpful with energy like we're currently experiencing. Now I'm contemplating if I'm open, if they value me. Understood. The first person I was reading for. I don't know if there's a masculine and feminine energy right now, but like if that's how you align those, one was feeling more feminine, one was feeling more masculine. So I feel like the energy, right? The energy, like the energy of the feminine that I was seeing is literally like operating on all speeds, just trying to keep up with things, right? And I don't know why, but it almost feels like there might be a miscommunication between them that impacted you in some way, which is something to potentially articulate upon. Yeah, they seem very busy with family. Okay, thank you. I agree. And I felt frustrated. Oh, there you go. Right. Okay, but they would reschedule. Oh, I see. Hold on. I felt frustrated when she said, yeah. Oh, interesting. Mm-hmm. No, I understand. Yeah, and here's the thing about it, right? Like I feel like there's something like I think that there's something about that, like it's not personal, you know? Like it's almost like I definitely, if it's any consolation, anything I was reading there, it's not about, but that's the issue, right? Like that's what I keep on, like that's what I see, like that's what I keep on hearing. It's not personal enough, right? Like that's the hard part about it. Yeah. Well, and I feel like, I feel like the way you can potentially heal that and say like, look, this is what I've experienced and this is how it makes me feel. Right? Like that's the best way that you can articulate that. There's there's backwards and there's forwards, right? There's the space by which you articulate in terms of what's occurred and then what would be better going forward. So let that, like maybe that's what you can utilize this eclipse energy to help you kind of move through, if that makes sense. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person and thank you, Kath, for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. The next person on the list for today is Brooke. Brooke, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like I'm still looking for Brooke. If Brooke's not here, actually, Chevy is the next person on the list. So Chevy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody is waiting for one cards, we'll be starting one cards after this reading. We're also at 108K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 150K in no time. And if you get on the list today, the list is closed, but you'll have first privilege tomorrow, which means you'll be the second person read for tomorrow, and you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I've got a general coming through, and before we get started on Chevy's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10
And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay. And I'm going to pin up Chevy here. Guys, make sure to give Chevy some love. Got 3 cards out already. You know, I feel like there's something, really important. There's something really important to be said about like something that you're doing and how others support it is what I keep on getting. And I want, and I feel like, and I need to stress this, you know, the value and the weight of a good idea should not change depending on the nature of who's saying it, is what I keep on seeing, right? This is often how someone loses, right? The best person that they've ever had, particularly, and it's feeling very professional in this reading, because like, you know, the space by which, right, the space by which you say something like over and over and over and over and over again, but then the the way another person says something in such a way that they potentially articulate it in a way that they don't convey where they, like, I keep wondering, like, the space by which they don't convey like how they themselves receive that. It's important, right? Like it's often it's really, I want to say, like, it's important. And I keep on hearing it has to do, like, the word that keeps on coming through is I keep hearing credit. This is why we say credit where credit is due, right? Like, credit where credit is due is often the space by which we effectively articulate upon things in such a way that we're able to recognize the energetic value of it. And I think that there's something, and I keep on hearing this, credit is not, like, and it's interesting too, because it's saying credit is not saying I'll get you back someday, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like the modality by which another person receives something, right? It is the observation of being able to energetically appreciate where it was found, right? And I keep on hearing this, particularly as it relates on the context of building ideas, right? And this is what's beautiful about it, because and this is how, like, this is how we expound and expand upon ideas, right? We articulate upon something, and then we say, like, oh yeah, like this is
like, building off of that idea, or building off of this idea. Like, this is how we're able to identify and create things that are energetically great, right? But the modality, like the modality by which, right, like the space by which another person, I keep wondering, like the space by which another person, um like, I keep on hearing, tries to articulate a limitation point, or the space by which one is effectively navigating or working through energetic feelings. I think it's really interesting, because I see you, like, the one thing I keep on picking up on this reading is I see you potentially looking, like, I wouldn't be surprised if you're looking right now for some kind of new educational path work, right? And what's interesting about the educational path work I keep on seeing is you utilizing or recognizing the adaptability of healthy wisdom pathworks, right? Which is why it's often like you'll notice that when you're moving towards something educationally, education leaves space for recognizing, or leaving room for what one doesn't know, right? And often, and I think that that's really interesting, because um, I see that I would be very curious about, um, I'd be very curious about your third house placement, right? I don't want to get too astrological on this, but I think we need to, because like the third house, and I keep on hearing something about, I feel like you're going through some kind of detriment in the third house related to education, which is often, this is what's often difficult when one is very profound. Like, and you'll often notice this with those who are like, who carry like a like true genius, right? Like, what is the sound that you often hear? Nobody wants me anywhere. Like, it would be like you, why are you making, why are you causing so many trouble? Like, why can't you just do what everybody else is doing? Because that brain, man, that brain that's sitting in that head is going like this. Like, it's going like this. It's going like, um so I want you, I want you, it's going to be a gift, it's a blessing. And I know that, here's the thing about it, you are an exceptional teacher, right? Teacher in waiting, right? Often energy, like, often the energy that others say, I can't teach you anything, instead of someone, yeah, exactly, there's right there, look, there's a teacher in waiting, right? Look at that. A true teacher will recognize that, right? Like, a true teacher will recognize that. Look at that energy. Look at that energy. I can't teach them anything. Teacher in waiting, right? It's the space by which, when one recognizes it, the desire to share, right? When one has a desire to share, then the ability to sit there feels like it's unbearable, right? The third house detriment in education. When one works, when the desire to share is there, then the need to sit there feels, right? It feels like it's unbearable, right? It feels like you're like, you know what I mean? Like, you're just sitting there like, is it my turn? Is it my turn? But one of the things, like, the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to that, right? And I want you to kind of recognize this, is um, that ability, right? That ability might intimidate others, right? That same quality can sometimes feel energetically intimidating to others unconsciously. So make sure, I keep wondering, like, make sure that, how do I describe this? Um, don't let it change you. Let it calibrate you. And I think you've probably experienced that before, because um, like, the space by which, like, I see you, and I feel like there's a lot of this here, because and I think that, I don't know if you're in the process of moving, but I just keep on like it's giving me a little bit of like I keep on like I feel very inclined to articulate upon like ugly duckling journeys, right? And what happens when we're the ugly duckling? Like we often feel like everybody's saying you should get out of here, right? Like you should get out of here. You're not you're different, right? You're different until we finally come into the space where our difference is remarkable. It's beautiful. And then we realize that all of that energy that was getting so twist like the space by which another person projects upon the difference that they feel, that becomes our blessing, because we never make anyone feel like that ever again, right? And so I feel like there's a lot of that work that I'm seeing there. Bottom of the deck, especially, it's interesting too, because there's a lot of movement around here. Like I see like this is a big, like there's a lot of this change energy, but particularly with this particularly but with this like Two of Swords and its reversal, it's interesting because I feel like it's almost like a delay that works out in your benefit. I keep on getting this here, like something that feels frustrating and then actually works through positively, because, right, like I almost see you saying to someone um I feel like I feel like I want to describe this. Um, make sure that you're staying very focused in terms of where you hope to be, because like I feel like I see you on the precipice of a big change. And I like to say this again, it's okay to do big things during eclipse energy if it's something that we've been moving towards, like if it's something that we've been meaning to do for a long time. You don't have to feel anxious about that, but like I feel like it's allowing for the anxiety to help focus like the right step, right? So don't I keep wondering, don't be reactive, just be energetically intentional, and allow that to kind of fortify your direction. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, I do feel like, yeah, like you're going, like this is a big transformational time for you. So I want you to make sure that you're like giving your like, I want to describe like the fear that comes up versus like I keep wondering like the fear that comes up in relationality to our own anxiety versus what it is that we're working to clear ourselves up, right? And I feel like that's you kind of letting go of a lot of those self-limiting beliefs as it relates to others that made you feel like you're self-limiting beliefs as it relates to you being able to like know what is energetically best for the self, is what I keep on hearing. Like trust your intuition, because I feel like it's saying like let the intuition guide the actions, not the fear. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We're also at 110K likes. When we get to 150K, I'll be gifting reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 150K in no time. That's so funny. I just had a client ask for advice shortly before my reading. Okay, great. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, I always struggle to articulate my words to sound more. I don't think you need. Listen, like sometimes, like don't worry about sounding more educated. Like, and I want to, like you said, like that's what I mean, right? It's not like you don't have to worry about that. I feel like it's you. This is you finding your authentic voice, right? Thank you for confirming that. And yeah, like don't feel forced in that direction. I feel like this is a lot of time where you're kind of exploring where you feel best. Thank you as well, Messa.
You're so welcome, dear. I'm glad that that helped. How you doing today? Good vibes. All right, friends. We're moving into one card readings for super fans. The list is now closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. It's again 3 cards for 29, and if you get on the list today, you'll have privilege tomorrow. But we're going to get started on 1 cards. If you would like a animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card and you're a super fan, please make sure you're recharging your heart knees. I got you, Ava. 1 card on divine counterpart, please. I feel like they're going through this like profound moment of clarity. Like somebody, like it's like I feel like they found their purpose. And I feel like they like I don't know why, but like I don't know if you encountered this person, but it's interesting. Like I almost see somebody who has decided to move away. Like they're not looking for counterpart anymore, right? They're like purpose guide. Like I keep on hearing purpose guide me. If I find them, I find them, right? Like they're like really working through a surrender path work. But I keep on hearing, right? I keep on hearing like my purpose, like they're recognizing that their purpose will be in harmony with counterpart, right? Like they're like if someone's meant for me, I will find them in attaining my purpose. So I feel like there's a lot of that work that they're doing in healing from past disharmony related to their purpose. I got you, Grace. 1 card. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got you next. And thank you for those heart knees, Chevy. Hold on a minute. Oh, hold on. I missed a bunch of 1 cards. So I gotta go back up. Hold on a minute. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you for entrusting me with that reading. Ivana. Yeah, hold on. Chevy, I definitely feel like I'm stepping more into my authentic self. Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a big year for you in relationality to that. Okay, where were we? Thank you for those gifts, dear. All right, 1 card, divine guidance for Ivana, please. You know, there's something, I feel like you're going through the experience of understanding. There's energy that understands that in order to find harmony, you work towards making harmony. You don't demand harmony in things, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, like, and this is the thing about it, right? Like, especially with this, like, 6, like, it almost says to me, like, somebody who's, like, like, energy that gets, like, and this is why there's nothing more toxic, right? There's nothing more toxic on this earth than deciding someone is your person, right? Because we are not each other's objects, right? The observation of clearing that space, it is the work that we understand in recognizing and identifying what it takes to build into healthy relationship. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah, this otter energy, you know, right? Like I feel like I see you kind of like, I feel like this is a lot of experiences that you potentially had in past relationships, by which I keep on seeing like someone like there's no there's no effort that we bring to things that say like, oh, right, like often the sound of you losing somebody is exactly the same moment by which another person says, oh, I'll teach them a lesson, right? Because the universe is like, what did you say? Like you know what I mean? Like I swear, like the minute the universe hears someone go, I'll teach them a lesson, the universe is like, oh, I've got so many. Like, what do we like? And they wanted to teach lessons, and what did they find everywhere? Lessons everywhere, right? It's the observation of working towards what we want to remedy, not the feeling of trying to energetically get away with things, right? Yeah, absolutely. One moment. You're so welcome. I got you, Minnie. I do my best. Thank you, Chevy. I'm so glad that reading helped. Minnie, 1 card for March, please. Um, I feel like I see you, like, I feel like I see you taking a lot of, it's very active, right? And I want to stress, like, I feel like I keep on hearing it feels like it feels stressful, but it also feels effective, right? Um, Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Page of Wands in its reversal. Like, this is like it's helping you see. I feel like this month is helping you see the difference between what is your energetic responsibility to heal versus what another person was trying to make you deal with, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that crane energy, right? Like, it's saying to me, like, um, I feel like there's something significant about um, being able to effectively help another person understand how they can help you best, is what I keep on seeing. So there's something about that I feel like is you working towards greater harmony, but via the communication, right? Like, seeing how easy something can be with someone who is equally invested in creating clarity. Good vibes on connection. Good to see you, dear. With N, please. They need to figure out where they're going to be. Like, where is this? Where, like, it's really, I keep on hearing, it's really hard to build a future with someone that talks about, like, the fact that they don't want to necessarily be where they are, right? So, bottom of the deck, yeah, I feel like it's almost saying to me, like, I don't know why, right? Like, almost saying to another person, are you included in those plans? Like, what happens? Yeah, like, what is the possibility? Like, what is the possibility of plans changing in partnership? And I like to point this out. There's a convenience there, right? There's a convenience in trying to articulate to someone that you're not sure you're going to stay somewhere, right? Like, being able to say, like, well, look, this is what I want. Like, I'm not building into the context of the uncertainty in terms of where you aspire to go, right? Like, if it, like, the difference between someone that's constantly saying that they plan to move versus the space of saying, I'm looking for someone to come with me, right? Like, that's the difference between a healthy relationship. The saying, not the space of saying I want to go somewhere, but saying, like, this is where I hope to take my ideal counterpart, right? Not the space of saying, like, get used to the fact that I might not be here, right? I got you, dear. Alexandra. Yep, one card, highest priority, please. Um, yeah, I feel like this is you. I know it sounds a little bit interesting, but this is you finding some kind of secure footing in something, you know? Like, I feel like this is you getting better at recognizing your own restlessness versus uncomfortable situations. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Sun card, you know? Like, I know it, we get comfortable. We find confidence by navigating the uncomfortable, especially with that boar energy, right? Like, the observation, the observation of being able to identify and articulate upon what we're working towards, that helps us kind of build a point of stability, right? Like, not letting our frustration fuel our action, but moving our frustration into something that feels energetically productive, is what I keep on getting. Nicole, one card, highest priority, please. The Lover's card in its reversal. So this is speaking to me specifically, um, in relationality to, I'm seeing situations or circumstances. It's not your responsibility to heal all relationships. Healthy relationships are mutual accountability. Bottom of the deck, yeah, you can't get anywhere with it's all your fault. You can't get anywhere with someone who's constantly looking to blame others for things, right? Um, yeah, especially with the crane energy, right? Don't like the space, like healthy energy will see what you do and will articulate what can be better, right? And rather than allowing the context of um like not like I keep on getting this, like not the space by which another person, we don't need saving. Like we save each other for ourselves, right? We don't hurt each other and then say, well, I wouldn't have done that if you weren't there, if you'd been there. Like that's not healthy, is what I keep on seeing. Like don't let somebody put you in that kind of situation. One card for I am a figment. How will this retrograde and lunar eclipse affect me? I feel like this is you kind of making sure to bring some energy back to the self in relationality to care. You know, I feel like this is the thing we keep on seeing, and this is what's important with this type of energy, right? Yeah, you know, when we talk about like our ability to care for others is directly proportional to how well we care for ourselves. It's not selfish to care for ourselves because that's the greatest gift that we can give to those around us. But right, like you'd be very surprised what happens when you're in the context of caring for the self and another person articulates that that's selfish, right? Because it's the identification of the projection that they don't effectively give themselves, is what I keep on saying. So don't like observe, don't absorb. And it's not selfish if what you're giving is absolutely reciprocal to what you would effectively desire another person to have in the context of it. Yep. Hi from Ukraine. How are you? What do you keep doing? What did you keep doing, whom even? Hold on a moment. And thank you for becoming, Chevy, for becoming the 104th fan of my fan club. Excellent. Highest priority for It's My. Trust yourself, right? I know it's not easy right now because again, and I want to point out this type of yeah, like we're gonna talk about this later, right? Um, this type of energy can bring a lot of old fears up to the woodwork, but that's also the benefit of it because I keep on hearing like something like a lot like trauma tells us things about ourselves that are not true, right? And the observation by which we're able to identify and recognize that is how we fortify through it. Animal spirit guide, that blank manifestation, right? Anything is possible for you so long as you put your mind to it. It's not a question of can't, it's a question of how. One card, highest priority for Bridget. Just don't feel overwhelmed. Prioritize what you need to prioritize right now. Everything will get done, but not if you run. Everything will get done, but not if you run, which means again, this four of swords, right? Take everything with a sense of proportionality. Let others know where you are. Animal spirit guide boar, right? It's okay to put some care back towards the self right now, right? The space by which like you're not a burden. You're not like here's the thing, you're not a burden so long as you're not a perpetual burden. Like burdens are only burdens if they're perpetual, is what I keep on hearing. It's okay to ask for things when you need them, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you as well, Anomalous. That's a funny, oh, I like your username. Yep. Julia, one card, highest and best, please. I mean, I feel like this is the season of you putting your foot down. And I keep on getting the same message, right? You don't owe anybody clarity, right? If someone comes up to you and says, I heard a story, be like, well, there's your first problem right there. What were you doing something silly like that, listening to somebody's story, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. When we care about each other, when we care about each other, we don't trunk stories about each other. You know? Isn't that interesting? When we care about each other, we don't really
entertain stories about one another. We go straight to the source, right? Because that articulates the fact that amplifies the space by which we care, right? Thank you so much, Crystal, for the follow. These are, yeah, no, it's okay. So Humivan, these are one cards for super fans. So if you want to become a super fan, I'd be happy to draw a card for you, dear. One card, highest good, please, for Ella. This is saying again, like, don't get overwhelmed. Get intentional, right? This is a good time right now. Even like, here's the thing about it, like, this is a beautiful moon for organization, or just building, like, just look at, don't get overwhelmed, build the checklist kind of energy, right? Yeah. Everything can get done. It's just a question of time and priority. So, and I keep on hearing, healthy energy will appreciate that you're working hard, especially with the stag, right? Healthy energy appreciates when we're working hard. It's the space by which we, and amazingly, right, how quickly that appreciation allows us to be able to find the strength to do things that we could never do before, right? Yep, I got you, dear. Hannah, one card, spirit led, please. We've got the Three of Pentacles and it's upright. So I feel like I see a lot of work that you're working towards or maintaining in relationality to building into the context of being able to identify or amplify, like I keep wondering, something that you're trying to do in a way that you haven't before. Yeah, and I keep on hearing, like, it's interesting too, because it's almost saying to me, there's something about that path work of, like, the difference between, like, a different, I keep hearing, a different opinion is a beautiful thing because it's a different perspective, right? So if it's like, it's saying to me, don't get frustrated at yourself if you're feeling an opinion is differing from those around the self. Get stronger in it, right? Don't, like, I keep on hearing, it's okay to have, when you have a different opinion, there should only be one thing that's happening. It's getting the facts straight. Right? It's being like when you have a different opinion, the important thing doing is like, I'm sorry, my opinion's different. I'm a little bit busy straightening facts. I'm sorry. No, I know. I'm sorry. I'm just here with my different opinions straightening these facts. Oh, look, I don't know how these facts got all twisted. Absolutely. I know. Cozy season will be back, Minnie. I got you, Susie. One card career, please. This is head. Get focused. You've got to start making the time for it. You're not going to find the time. Dedicated. I keep on hearing dedicated time. A little bit every day goes a long way, right? Put the time aside. Be like, this is the time I do to work on that. Yaz, one card, please. How this retrograde and lunar eclipse will affect me and is teaching me. It's helping you with transformation, right? Steady, healthy transformation is slow transformation, right? It doesn't require, it's like, it doesn't, like, we get comfortable with slow transformation so that we can have fast activation, right? So it's the modality by which we can move slowly, but also we can move quickly when necessary. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the cat energy, right? And it's funny too, is we just found the cat card again, which is working into the context of being able to recognize, like, what bothers us versus, something that, what bothers us versus something that, like, something that is worth our energy or effort to feel concerned about, right? And that's the thing, like, you'll often, like, when somebody's too much in their headspace, they'll be literally looking for reasons to feel concerned about something rather than recognizing the energetic blessing that arrives in the space by which we're trying to work effectively. Yep. You're so welcome, dear. That resonates.
but here's the thing, the crane energy is really beautiful because the crane energy talks about how hard, like it's very much working into, it's working into the space of observing, don't absorb, right? Like when I think about a lot of the work that we see, like if I had to put like words to a crane energy, that's very much like observe, don't absorb, which is the observation of trying to do something in a way by which one is trying to be receptive, but in a way, but receptive but delicate, if that makes sense. Yep. Just reading over the comments. Good to see you as well. Good. Hi there. Excellent. That's so true. It is important. You're welcome. Yeah, yeah, that is true. That's a good point. Well, I'm sure we'll get to that later, dear. Thank you as well, Ed. Strega, whatever you're doing, stop. Okay. I got you. Good to see you, Esteban. You know, like speaking of Strega, you know, when somebody is invested in just feeling things, they stop asking themselves as to whether what they're feeling is reasonable. You can get addicted to your feelings, right? Yeah, straight up. Like, yeah, like again, it's not just about feeling things. It's recognizing what is a healthy feeling versus what is an unproductive feeling, right? So I feel like that's you being conscientious. I feel like that you're doing that work too, right? You're identifying, and that's the hard part. Like trauma feels comfortable, right? So that the ability of kind of shaking yourself out of something that feels comfortable when you recognize it's not good for you. Cut it out, Strega. As Strega's going wild, I got to see what she's eating. Hold on. Stop it. What are you doing? Don't. That's not for you. Come here. Now you have to see everybody. Why are you so naughty? Come here. Okay? Case in point, this is a nice little cat that keeps on eating things that they know that they should not eat. Don't do that. Love your life. Hi, honey. I'll be done in just a minute, okay? I can't hear you. What? Yes. All right. Sorry. Excellent. All right, where were we? Yes, the meatball is doing meatball things. Gonzo, thank you for the follow. Okay. Absolutely. Thank you, dear. I honestly, I can't. Soup, nice in theory, would not be ideal practically. Yes, it is an attention play. Highest party, I got you, Nikki. Right, don't match energy. Let me see if I understand what you're saying. Right, like when someone's saying something, when somebody is being when somebody's asking for something ridiculous, right? Sometimes just repeating back to them what they said, being like, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you said correctly, right? Like make them articulate it, right? Just so we're clear, yeah, just so we're clear, just so I understand what we're saying here, right? Yeah, the hind energy, right? When another person is being volatile, be retrospective, right? When match another person's volatility with retrospective, which is saying if someone's volatile, being like, I want to make sure I'm understanding clearly what you're asking for, right? And if they can't articulate, don't let the volatility move away from what it is that they're effectively like volume does not change direction is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, exactly. All right. My final, yeah. Yeah. All right, my friends, final call for anyone who has not had a one card yet, who's a super fan. For anybody who's joined today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel and introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perk section a special coupon code for our next class, which is going to be held on Thursday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot
with a focus on the sword suite, the sword cards in the court cards in the cup suite. We already did the swords. The court cards in the cup suite. If you also, if you are not a subscriber but would like to have a discount to that class program, all you need to do is also message me the word class, and I'll be happy to send you a unique coupon code that's just available for this live. I'll be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 9:15 a.m. 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for if you get on today, and anyone who gets on today will have first privilege tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before the daily collective starts. I want to thank you guys so much. I hope you feel better, Bridget. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me, and the biggest thank you to my mom. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.